All you have to do is give applause and love and make our guests welcome. It's John Rhys-Davies! Oh. You should be.
Is this working?
Yes, it is.
Jolly good. Hello. How are you all? Johnny, nice to see you. I see you brought a little hammer. Very good. Excellent.
Little Harley Quinn.
So, how nice to see you all. I seem to see a number of faces here that I've seen before. Have you no homes to go to? Very good. Excellent, excellent. Now, who has some silly questions? No, first of all, let's get something out of the way. One, yes, it is wonderful working with Steven Spielberg. Yes, Peter Jackson is a remarkable genius of a director. No, I'm not going to be able to tell you whether I'm in Indiana Jones 5 or not. What else? And no, Orly Bloom and I did not hang out a lot together when he was 20 and I was 55. I think that covers the main topic.
I think you've done all the questions. Oh, Jerry.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Sit.
You sit, John.
Now, how long have you been doing this?
Me, I have been doing this, let's think. I got my big break back in the mid-2010s, and just sort of been going from Comic-Con to Comic-Con, sort of interviewing and things like that.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
You trained as a cinema technician, did you not?
Oh, I have trained in film, yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Are we actually interviewing me now, are we, John?
Well, I'm just interested, actually.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you want to talk, because you love cameras, don't you? And you very much understand film, not just as an actor, as an...
I understand more and more about less and less. It's one of the characteristics of age. You realize how little you really know and how much you keep forgetting. Anyway, come on, let's ask some interesting... These are young, bright, intelligent people. Ask questions.
Oh, John wants questions straight from you, then get your hand up and we'll come 1, 2 there, straight away. Do not be shy.
The gentleman from behind.
Yeah, we've got microphones coming, they're over here. What is the worst location you've been on?
You mean, where did I have more dysentery than not?
We're not talking about your personal life, John.
Well, there was Raiders of the Lost Ark when we were in Tunisia, and we all came down with a bug that... I tell you, I lost 22 pounds in 2 days. That's about 9 kilos, I think, in 2 days. That wasn't good, but the worst location. Well, there was that place in Kenya where the director had a nervous breakdown, and we were all billeted in an ex-brothel. Yeah, that was interesting too. But by and large, come on, you're there for the work. And sometimes you get great things. I mean, when I did the Bond film, we had a 3 or 4 week break between Vienna and Tangiers. And so I hired a car and I just did a wonderful tour with a very beautiful woman for 3.5 weeks. It's hell being an actor.
Yeah, awful job, isn't it, John? Is there anywhere where you just... Do you have any bad memories of filming, or has it been quite a lovely, just every job's different and every job's its own?
No, there are a few bad memories. I hate working on those films where you turn up and everyone is deadly silent. Because you know that someone is throwing a moody fit. And it's generally the young actor who has taken too much coke and can't focus on what he's doing, and his relationships are falling apart, and he's forgetting his lines, and saying, I can't stand that camera in my face. Get him off the set, get him off the set, I want him fired, and this sort of thing, you know. And you know that that's just going to be a moment of total misery. But by and large, that doesn't last very long. Our industry is very much about making things work rather than stopping things working. And that's one reason why all of you should work in the film industry for at least 6 months, especially the younger ones, because you will learn one great truth. Nobody wants you, people around them, who say, we can't do this because. What we want are people who find solutions to problems. What we want are the people who say, all right, we'll do that. When the director says to you, we are shooting that way after lunch, and I want 2 zebra in the background, don't say, sir, we're in the middle of a Caribbean island, and there are no zebra to be had in 5,000 miles. You say, right, sir, 2 zebra, background, after lunch. You go out and preferably hire, or if you have to, buy 2 donkeys and some paint. And you paint them, and you put them in the background, and you go up to the director after lunch and say, got you your zebra in the background, sir. And he'll go, what? Zebra? In the, oh, yeah, yes, it was a stupid idea. Anyway, I'm shooting that way. Right? That's the film industry for you. But the point is, in life, do not be the person who points out why things can't be done. Be the person that says, it's difficult, but if we did this, this, and this, we would end up with the same result. Or if we did that and that, then we wouldn't have to do that. Find answers, not difficulties. Sorry, next question.
That is some brilliant advice. We've got a question down here. Just while the microphone it's already there for you.
Hi, if you could play any other character in Lord of the Rings, who would you choose?
Galadriel, I think I found the inner dwarf, I could find the inner elf, couldn't I? I mean, do you not see, no, maybe not, okay. I don't know. I think that one of the reasons that you love Lord of the Rings, that we all love Lord of the Rings, is the casting was perfect.
Yeah.
You know, if it was approximate, when they got the actors together, the actors found the characters and they become the characters. Some actors have become so strong that you cannot now read the book without seeing the actors. Which Tolkien would probably be a little bit annoyed about. But that's what successful directing involves. Casting. If you cast right as a director, probably 80 or 90% of your problems are solved. All right, next question.
We got any more? Get your hand up. We got some down here.
Yes, it's Gandalf the Greying.
Oh, there is a...
I heard that the makeup that it burned on your face, is that true?
The question is the wretched makeup. There was nothing wrong with the makeup. The adhesive we used was medical adhesive. Medical adhesive is hypoallergenic. It won't give you allergies. but it does really bind to the skin cells on the surface of the skin. It's not designed to be taken off on a daily basis, and it just abrades the skin faster than the skin can grow. So I lost all the skin around my eyes like that. And I looked hideous. I looked so hideous that my then girlfriend said to me, "Honey, I don't know how to say this to you, but I can't bear to look at you. I've got to go back to LA." Yes, it was a lonely time for an old dwarf.
Right, we had some down here, and yeah, over this way, Thomas. Yeah.
If you can change anything in character in Lord of the Rings, what do you change?
Say that again.
If you could change anything from your character in Lord of the Rings, what would you change?
Probably I would have simplified the makeup. And you'll notice that in Snow White and the 13 Dwarfs, I beg your pardon, The Hobbit, the dwarf makeup was very much simplified. And I have a fantasy about how that happened. You know, the studio execs are saying, "Okay, now, can we make a trilogy out of this? I mean, there's no point in making just, you know, we want a bigger, we need another Lord of the Rings, but it's a small book, sir." Well, never mind, the small books, you can expand them, you can. Right, now, who's gonna play the lead? Yeah, okay, and right now, who's gonna play the female lead? I mean, could Sigourney, is there a part for Sigourney, or there is no female in it, sir? What do you mean there's no female in it? Oh, well, sir, you remember when you read the book? Read the book? Yes, well, of course I read. I read thousands of scripts, for God's sake. Do you think I can remember it in detail? Just tell me who the young female, clickbait, eye-bait catcher is. They're not in the book, sir. Well, all right, well, tell me who the male hero is going to be. Well, sir, there are 13 dwarves, and it's basically about them and a hobbit. 13 dwarves? You mean we're going to have 13 people looking like John Bloody Rhys Davis? That ain't gonna happen. Just find me 2 handsome young men, minimal makeup, and screw the rest of the dwarves. And get me some women in it. God damn it, writers, what the hell do they know? This chap Tolkien, he'll never work in the studio again. I'm sure it went something like that.
We're in the room, John. It sounded very familiar.
You know it as well as I do. That's probably...
Yeah, it's probably exactly what happened.
Yes.
Yeah. I read weirdly on the makeup thing of the dwarves, I heard a thing that when they shot The Hobbit, they could do 60 frames per second, like really high res. They had to CGI over a lot of the makeup as well anyway. Like, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yes.
You're a fan of high def, high res, or you prefer the film look?
Look, I'm a fan of anything that helps tell the story. You know, if that's what you need for the story, yes, go high tech. But most stories are simpler than that, and we love stories. You know, for 200,000 years, our human ancestors, our Homo sapiens ancestors, they sat round the fire at night. And they looked at the stars. They could see stars more than we ever see because of the darkness of the night sky. And a lot of it would be what is up there. And there'd be a lot of it. But you can also bet there was, okay, what are we going to talk about now? And somebody would say, it was a dark night. And slowly there emerged out of the mist this figure. And at that moment, the first filmmaker was beginning in our head. We love a story. What happens next?
And a moment later, there's another guy going, I need some more stars that look like this.
That's right.
Have we got any more questions? John, please get your hands up. Do not be shy. We've got one there, one there, one there. So we're going to go there and then we'll come around to you two. We can't hear the mic. Is that because of the speakers?
What's your favorite Ghibli moment or quote? And what's your favorite moment from the films overall?
Your favourite Gimli quote and your favourite moment from the film.
My favorite Gimli quote. we were trying to, we were doing some jumping in the green screen thing, and I made the jump and I swayed backwards like that, and instinctively Orlando thought that I was going to fall off the platform. So he grabbed at the beard, and I grabbed his hand and said, "Not the beard!" Thinking, oh God, I'm going to spend 8 hours in makeup if he pulls it off. Anyway, that would be one moment, but Ghibli's favorite thing in the movie?
Instantly knew on Jim what you were doing. Great. Absolutely great. Right. We've got two more questions down this way, and then if you've got any more, let us know, because we are going to run out of time soon. Oh, just hold it a bit higher sometimes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. People probably ask you all the time who was the worst person to work with, but who was the nicest?
Who was the nicest person to work with? Can you pick a favourite, John?
Well, you can't obviously pick favourites, really, but I have wonderful memories of every one of those people on Lord of the Rings. Wonderful memories. But still, for me, one of the most endearing memories was Viggo and I, we were filming in a very remote part. I mean, we were in a remote part of southern New Zealand anyway, and it was basically a 3-hour journey to and from the very remote hotel that we had, and it was a pleasant evening, and Viggo and I were the last two people there, and we thought, well, rather than drive back to the hotel, we'll stay in our trailers. And of course there was the security guard there and all that. But there wasn't really provision for a proper evening meal. So Viggo got his fishing, always carried his fishing rod with him, and caught us 2 trout, and we had trout cooked over in a pan over the fire, and so the evening, talking about this and that in the world. A very intelligent, thoughtful, unique individual with a real brain and a real capacity for thinking, originally. He must drive the studio bosses mad, because you can't put him on a tram line and make him do what you want to do, because Viggo could earn his keep as a photographer, and has. He's exhibited as a photographer internationally. Some of you may have seen that film that he did with Michael Douglas everyone's a critic. Michael Douglas and essentially, he's having an affair with Michael Douglas's wife. He's a young artist, and Michael Douglas induces him to kill the wife.
Yeah.
Anyway,
someone must. Anyone? Ah.
there's a shot in it of the artist's studio, and all those paintings that you see in there are actually Vigo's paintings. He could earn his keep as an artist.
Wow.
Anyway, he's also not a bad poet. So he doesn't have to do what the studio wants him to do. If he sees a script that he really likes, and he'll do it. But that drives the studios mad, you know. You own these guys. For God's sake, you give them a chance to make a big movie, and what do? They don't take the next chance, thus depriving the studio of revenue. This is not good. Right.
Beautiful story about the transfer. I'm just checking the time because the wrestling will start soon, so we've got time for a couple more questions. There was someone behind you, Thomas, and then we'll come to this lady, and then was anyone else before we wrap up? I think we'll wrap up after those two then, yeah.
The scene you dislike the most?
I dislike the most. I haven't seen it. Look, it's brilliant. It is a brilliant film. Impossible to make a film out of that book, which is why Tolkien sold it so cheaply originally. It is the genius of Peter Jackson, who saw that you could make a movie out of it, who wanted to who spent his life creating an entire studio system in New Zealand so that he could make The Hobbit and make The Lord of the Rings. He would have preferred to make The Hobbit first, actually. I don't think there's a single frame in Lord of the Rings that I could better. I mean, I've seen some, obviously I saw some of the footage when it was being shot, but the way it was edited and put together, it's matchless. When you've got enough film, you can make lots of different films out of them, to be honest with you. Your choice as an editor would be different from your choice as an editor, or my choice as an editor. You know, actors would say, well, the cut that has me in it more prominently is probably the best cut. But the greatness of a director is to be able, we get back to the old thing again, to tell the story with what he's got and the way he wants to tell it. Jackson was a genius, is a genius, and I wouldn't have changed a frame in the end. One more.
Brilliant, so we got one more question down here.
So, did you take anything with you from the Lord of the Rings set, like a trinket or a piece of clothing or something else?
I was given an axe. Every dwarf should have an axe or two and travel with it. But, you know, you can't get on a plane these days, you know, with an axe that's sharp. They say, you might hurt somebody. They say, well, what do you think an axe is for? It is to hurt people, bad people. But you might hurt the stewardess. We dwarves do not attack women, and we dwarves do not attack innocent people. We're there for orcs and urukai and bad things. And that's why if you have a dwarf on a plane with an axe, nothing bad will happen.
Amazing. Amazing. Just had a question whispered into my ear from the creators of Comic Con to end on this. If you could return to one franchise as any character you played, so if they said we're going to follow on years later from that franchise, I know Indiana Jones 5, you're not going to say anything, but it's in the air. Is there any character you'd love to return to?
I'd like to do 2 seasons more of a revitalized...
They say Sliders.
Sliders. Yes! I drew up a proposal suggesting how it could be done, that we could get the original 4 back together, and we would accumulate different characters in different situations. We could see the ones that looked like the audience would really bind to them and grow with you. And then after a couple of seasons, we would start to lose some of the original characters. I wouldn't want to do it for more than 2 years. But the idea was that finally you'd leave Jerry there, essentially becoming the older Jerry and also a bit of the older, the middle-aged Maximilian Arturo. And he would be left there with a group of really photogenic younger people who can really act and were interesting. And they would do it then for 8 or 10 years and then stop it. And pick it up again perhaps 20 years later when those younger actors who have been brought into the show and really developed were ready now in middle age to yeah, it would make sense. Sliders is the biggest missed opportunity in science fiction on television. You can go anywhere in space and anywhere in time. The only limitation was the imagination of the writers. And the failure of imagination was not with the writers alone, it was with the studios who just didn't get what they had. They had a jewel in there. They had Bitcoin at 50 cents and they blew it. But anyway, I'm sorry, the old irritations come through.
Hey, I like to. Anything that starts the sliders come back chain, I'm on board.
Very good. May I just thank them?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
By the way, is there anybody else who's got another question? Very good. You're a wonderful.
Oh, there's a microphone coming behind you. Yeah.
I've seen that you have many different ties you wear. Is it?
It's penguins today. There are penguins.
Is there any story behind them?
Yes. Well, no, there's not a story behind them. There is. I mean, just look around you. Look at the girls. They're all interestingly dressed. And the blokes, God, what a dreary lot we are. We're meant to be peacocks. And look at me, I'm wearing a bloody suit. It's the only opportunity men have for showing colour, really, is in things like ties. And nobody in France wears a tie anyway. That's why you're so intelligent. Wearing a tie actually reduces your blood flow to the brain by 7%, which is why I think I'm in Oklahoma at the moment.
You are, John, you are.
So that's really the story. And it's my own private sort of attempt at being a peacock. And you should have fun ties, not just stripes for the club and things like that. Yesterday was Marilyn Monroe. Oh, gorgeous. The sad thing about it is that if you really want to be remembered, die young. That's the key to it all. But anyway, I actually met, I have a friend of mine whose daughter is 15, who has actually fallen deeply in love with Kurt Cobain, who would probably be, what, 55 or 60 by now, if he'd been alive, but no, he died young and so romantically. Right. Anyway, I just want to thank you all for being, and you particularly, because you have been the most intelligent, wise, judicious, thinking member of the audience. Tell me your name, will you? Very good. Well, there you are. See, this is the future of film and audience, and the future of us all. Make babies, girls and boys. Make babies. The smartest thing you will ever do in life. Take care.
There you go.
Oh, and you too. I didn't see that.
Emily.
Another little girl. Very good. Love to you all. Bye.
John Rhys Davies, everyone. What a pleasure. What a pleasure. And me. this guy.
Take care. Thank you all. Bye.
One more time, Jerry Davis! We will be back at 12 for the start. Where do you want me to sit? Okay, we'll do a sofa together chat. Welcome.
Let's get intimate
Yeah, so
with our conversation.
yeah, the tradition at Comic-Con is the last one is we just do a really heavy therapy session. We want tears, we want crying, then some laughter, then some more tears, then like whatever you're feeling.
You're probably way cheaper than my therapist, so it's all good.
Yeah, but I'm also way worse. So, you know, the progress you make today won't be great.
We all went through COVID, so you know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's perfect.
How was your pandemic?
My pandemic was great, actually. I cooked a lot, and I traveled a lot from my kitchen to my laundry machine.
Got to get your steps up.
And that's it. Yeah, like everybody else's.
Did you experiment with any new cooking styles? Any new
I made a lot of
recipes?
Greek food, as I am a Greek woman, and I learned how to garden.
Did you?
I did.
There's the one skill
All
I
very
need to
boring
learn.
things, people, I know. They're waiting for the exciting stuff.
You say that, but my brain's going, please tell me how to keep a plant alive, because it's impossible.
You buy a snake plant.
What?
The nickname for it is mother-in-law's tongue, because it never dies. It's true.
Is that a thing?
There you go.
And there, so everyone who was here for the plant-based stuff, I told you I'd get it in, so there you go. Yeah, where did you spend your last pandemic?
I hope there's not another one. The only pandemic that we've all been alive for, I spent it in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada.
Oh, because you are...
Canadian, yes.
But you're Greek Canadian. Is that...
That's it. My parents were born in Greece. Yeah.
Are you fluent in Greek?
I'm a step above mediocre.
Do you know what? For me, that's fluent. Like, you can say anything and be like, yeah, no idea.
It's about as good as my French, which is also a step above mediocre. So thank you all for being patient with me today when I tried to speak French to those of you I've met today.
Yeah.
2020, when all of us realized that we had to stay home for 2 years, so we didn't get a wrap party or anything, and they're like, everybody go home, there's a pandemic on the rise. So I was like, wait a minute, I just spent the past 8 years of my life shooting a TV show about a pandemic, and then we all stepped into a real life one. So, you know that saying, art imitates life?
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Did you have a tick list of things we got right, things we got wrong?
Exactly. Take notes.
Yeah. It's weird. I wasn't, because obviously everyone likes the 100. I like to really not talk about it for at least 5 minutes. So they're like, when will you mention the show?
Okay.
But you've nailed it now. You've gone so professionally into it.
It's not my first rodeo.
I know. It's not mine, but I'd just like to be awful. So there you go. 8 years.
Yes.
That's a long time to have a job. I don't think I've ever had a job for 8 years.
Most of my 20s and early 30s, but I just aged myself. Damn. But yeah, it was a great time. It was so exciting to play Octavia. She was a badass, right? Super fun.
No fans, obviously. No.
Zero.
Yeah. Love it. Honestly, some of these guys have been waiting here for about half an hour, just like, I gotta be near the front. So I'm gonna walk you to the taxi afterwards. I don't trust any of them. I do. You're all very lovely. Have you been enjoying Belgium?
I've been enjoying Belgium very much. Thank you for asking. The people here are so kind. You're all so awesome. And the chocolate, I must say, best I ever had.
So good, isn't it? Do you find that in because TV is that now, where it's everywhere. Like most countries, the big shows, they're everywhere. Do you find that hard to get around your head, or do you love that sort of thing?
Well, when I did a con in Paris, I know I've seen a few of you that visited me there, and for the first time I heard my voice dubbed over en français. And it sounds nothing like me. I don't know what actress they hired to dub over Octavia's voice, because Octavia talks like this. And I found the woman they hired talks like this. And I'm like, well, chopping people's heads off, sounding like this. It's like...
Just really perky about it.
I know.
I love this.
Yeah.
I don't know why I did Mickey Mouse. I'm so sorry.
I didn't have a say in it. So yeah.
If you had to dub yourself in French,
oh God.
would you have still gone with that voice? Could you still do that?
Which voice are you talking about?
This one, yeah. How would that sound in French from you?
Je suis Octavia. Je ne comprends pas. Je ne parle pas français.
I mean, I'm not saying you should just, if you do have another lockdown, spend the entire lockdown dubbing your own French version. But I'm saying that'd be a great Duolingo project, actually.
Maybe in my next life.
Yeah. Maybe. I'm never doing that.
Basically.
Yeah. Have you always wanted to act, or was that something you fell into? I always love finding people's origin stories.
Say that one more time, your accent's thick too.
Yeah, my accent is very northern English, so...
Je ne comprends pas.
Have you always wanted to act? Was that something you'd always wanted to do, or was that something you fell into?
No, I actually went to post-secondary for television broadcast journalism.
Wow.
I used to be a news reporter.
Wow.
Yep. Because my European parents wanted me to get a real job. And then I realized I would just have to tell people bad news every day. So I quit.
Wow.
And I got noticed playing drums, because I've been a drummer for 16 years. Yep. And I got scouted by an agent, and c'est la vie.
That is quite the CV. Your LinkedIn is through the roof. How did you get into the drums? Was that something you wanted to do as well, or was that just something?
Well, because my European parents wanted me to play something elegant, like piano. And so when I was a waitress in college, I saved up all my money and I bought a drum kit to piss off my mother, and it worked.
Amazing. I'm getting a sense a lot of your career decisions are like,
Yes.
What do you want, Mum? Exact opposite.
Exactly.
Oh, that's amazing.
There's a reason why I play a rebel on TV.
Yeah.
Again, art imitating life.
That's brilliant. Do you still play the drums?
Of course I do.
I generally wish I could go, because we have a drum kit.
Voila!
Yeah.
No, we don't have a drum kit, guys, sorry. But if we did, I'd play it for you.
You would absolutely boss it.
In a skirt. Yeah, I'd have to figure that one out. But, oh, yeah.
Have you ever been in a band?
I've been in lots of bands, yeah.
Like, were you in a high school band? What was your first band?
Oh, my first band? Ugh, just like childhood stuff, but cool story. The 100 shot in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, and all the TV shows in town created their own bands. So there was the 100 band, there was the Arrow band, and Supergirl, and the 100 band won the competition.
Did you have a the bands?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
It was for charity. It was a really good thing, but it was a lot of fun.
I'm not going to make you sing it, but what was your song? What was it called?
We did lots of classic rock, Leonard Skinner, stuff like that. Yeah, 80s and 70s rock. Yeah. So when we do a lot of outdoor stuff, outdoor scenes, it takes forever because we're often battling the weather, right? But it really worked well for the post-apocalyptic vibe and tone of the show.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. I am aware as well, you have a lot of fans here, so I am going to open the floor to questions. We do have a microphone over there, so if you do have a question, put your hand, otherwise I will talk to you for all the time and go, let them speak. If you've got a question, there's already one here. Like say, just raise your hands and we'll find, there's one there. Okay, we'll come down the line. Genuinely, otherwise I would take up all the time and they would hate me. And I need them to love me today. Yeah.
I don't know really how to say it. What was your feeling when you were filming the part as Blood Reina down in the bunker?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you for asking. There was a lot of interesting subject lines on the 100, such as cannibalism and very dark subject matters. I kind of had to put myself in a really dark place to be able to pull off the performance the way I did. Yeah, I wish Octavia smiled more. I don't think she smiled once in that entire series of 100 episodes. But yeah, it's really interesting to really put yourself in that mindset to make sure I make the fans happy with pulling off Octavia and all the various emotions that she had to go through. Octavia was a crazy bitch, let's face it. Yeah.
Do you find it hard when you are playing those sort of dark roles? Does that come home with you, or you're really good at switching it off?
Like I said, circling back to the beginning of our conversation, you're cheaper than my therapist.
Yeah. And we'll not ask any more.
There we go.
We had some questions down here, so yeah, Thomas is just coming out with the microphone now. He's an absolute professional.
Hello, my question was, at first I wanted to ask you which season was your favorite and why, and if you have any projects for the future?
I just finished filming a movie, and I think you will all enjoy it because it's a comedy. So I'm going to make you all laugh your asses off when you see it. It should be out next year, but I can't tell you the title, it's a secret. I forget the first part of the question. Which season was my favorite? Yes. I'm going to say season 5. When Skyripa began to make her transition to Blood Reina, definitely. Because I really enjoy action scenes, and I got to fight train a lot, and they gave me a horse. And what little girl didn't want to ride a horse when she grew up, right? And so they gave me that opportunity, so it was a lot of fun. I really enjoy stunt work and learning the math of the fight choreography and using a sword, which is a useless skill I have now, but hey.
Give it another pandemic and you'll absolutely be fine. How was it learning the fighting stuff?
It was great, yeah. It was a lot of fun. It was an amazing stunt team we had on the 100. Lots of amazing martial artists that taught me the ropes, and it was really interesting. It's just another element to add to the character. I did a ton of my own stunts on that show. My only rule is don't light me on fire. Somebody else can do that. I don't do fire stunts. But yeah, it was amazing. Thank you for your question.
Good, Zuko. You're doing us proud. My question is, we know that there are a lot of hybrid animals in the Avatar world.
Yes.
What I was wondering, what is your favorite hybrid animal?
That's a good question. They asked me yesterday, and I thought, it's Appa for sure, but Appa's too OP, I think. He's like everyone. Appa's so great. But I think the other one, I was watching, what was the animal that June had? That like the anteater, like the tracking. That animal's scary looking. It's not very good looking, but it's very powerful. I thought with the tongue that like makes people paralyzed. I think he's called Shershu. Right? Am I right? Wrong? Shershu? The Shershu. I'm kind of down with the Shershu. Not the cutest animal in the Avatar world, but I think very effective. Thank you. Hello?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys. What's your names? It's a duo. It's a duo. It's a duo. What's going on? What's your names?
I'm called Leon.
Leon? And I'm Lauren. Lauren. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Gryffindor?
Yeah.
Me too. I think Gryffindors are, and the Fire Nation kind of get along. Same color scheme, Question? What's your question?
Alright, so I was wondering whether you feel as if Azula deserved a redemption arc, because I heard some rumors going around the 4th season, which would elaborate on that.
I know, you know what? She's my sister, and I'd like to see her get a redemption arc, because I love, of course, a lot of people, they love Prince Zuko because of the redemption arc. And it's a great redemption arc. And I think part of that is that all of us want a redemption arc. All of us. It's life, and nobody's perfect. And I think we all strive to be like Zuko, and hopefully someday we can kind of be redeemed from whatever we felt that we were banished for. And Azula too. I hope she gets a redemption arc because she's one of my favorite characters because she's so great. She's voiced by Grey DeLisle. She's such a great character, but we were talking about this yesterday too, like this show, which is like this cartoon for kids supposedly, deal with such heavy, incredible issues. And you look at Zuko and Azula, and they're really two kids that are products of an abusive parental relationship. A father who's obviously physically abusive, mentally abusive, a mother that's neglectful, she's gone. And ultimately you see how the two kids end up. Like, Zuko ends up redeeming himself, but the reality is the other kid may end up in a very bad place. And so that's where Azula kind of ends up by the end of the first series. But thank you so much. Do you have another question?
Yeah, I do have a question.
Go ahead. It is a duo.
Yeah. You've probably been asked this like 100 times before, but Katang or Sutara?
Sutara forever.
Same.
Hello, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Michelle.
Michelle, you look fabulous.
Thank you.
Who are you cosplaying?
Mirko from My Hero Academia.
Oh, My Hero Academia. Shout out to My Hero Academia. My Hero Academia fans. You do have someone on your show that reminds me of somebody. I can't put my finger on it. Tokidora, like, I don't know.
There's something
about the scar and fire. I don't know, there's something.
Yeah.
A parental that's really abusive.
Really weird how it goes.
I don't know, let's not talk about it. Tokidora, shout out to Tokidora. Great guy.
So my question was actually, well, first, I think it's really nice to see how much everyone here loves you and loves you with the voice of Zuko, because here in Europe we don't actually get the English version of the television.
I'm also surprised here in Europe.
Most of us fall in love with you and the character in the series and the other voice actors at a later age, actually. But I did see Hook in English originally.
Wow.
And, well, most of us have, because it doesn't get translated. But I actually had a question about that, because you worked with the late Robin Williams. And I would love to hear your experiences with him and maybe a nice anecdote to remember him by, and just how it was to work with such a great legend.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally a legend and he's just a very amazing and magical person. And I would always say he's like, he is the genie from Aladdin, but he is the genie from Aladdin. Like, when you're with him, he's like this very magical, just energy, and so funny and so witty, and literally magical things can happen when he's around. And so, whatever your vision of Robin Williams is like that, he delivers that when you're with him. He's fast, he's funny, all this kind of stuff. But then also, I was able to really kind of sit down and have quiet talks with him about poetry, because Dead Poets Society is one of my favorite movies of all time. And so we talked a lot about poetry. And then he has this really other amazing thing he did for me one time. I'm like a 15-year-old kid and I'm on the set, right? And I'm just looking at everybody, and you see all these big stars, Steven Spielberg, Dustin Hoffman, Julia Roberts. When you're in Hollywood, sometimes it feels like there's this big party going on, and like you just want to be in the party. And I booked the job. I'm on the set, so I'm there, but there's still, it feels like, yeah. And then Robin Williams comes up to me one day, and I'm kind of like looking at everybody. He's like, Dante, like, where are you from? Where are you from? I'm like, I'm from San Francisco, just like you. He's like, oh yeah, because he's like a famous San Franciscoite, right? But he goes, no, where's your family from? Oh, well, I'm Filipino. And he goes, yeah, I thought you were Filipino. He goes, my wife, his wife at the time, Marcia, she goes, she's half Filipino. I'm like, oh, really? He goes, yeah, he goes, you totally remind me of that side of the family, like my father-in-law. We start talking about my culture, and he had this way of kind of just putting his arm around me and like let me know as like a young kid, like, hey man, like, you're invited to the party, like you're not outside the party, like come in, this is for you. And he didn't have to do that. He was just that kind of guy, So, rest in peace, Robin Williams. This channel, we stream a lot of Nintendo stuff. Like we play Mario Kart, and then the game that I play mostly, I play League of Legends. Like I'm a League of Legends player. So I'm more of a mobile player. And I played Monster Hunters because I was doing the show, the movie. The thing about open world games, I suck at open world. I don't know what I'm doing most of the time, and I get confused. I can't survive. I can't find all the weapons. I can't find the food. I need a time clock in what I'm doing. Like a mobile game. Like I like to play a game and then start getting in. I can't just walk around the world for hours. I did it with Zelda, and I was live streaming Zelda, and I was like, hey, everybody had to help me because I was freezing in the cold area. I had to cook food. I was like, what am I doing? I have to do this in the real world. Why do I gotta do this right now? But Monster Hunter is really a fun game. I don't really know all the monsters that well, and I couldn't really, I was not good at it, I'll tell you that. But I still have a lot of time to get through that game.
Don't worry, nobody's good at Monster Hunter.
Exactly, but that game's crazy. Thank you. Thank you so much. How you doing? What's your name?
My name's Bron.
Bron, yeah, Bron. Your voice is I know. What were you doing last night, Bron?
I was working.
Okay.
I'm a head chef. So I scream a lot all the time.
Oh my God. You gotta use your diaphragm. I'm a voice actor, so I gotta tell you, you have to use your diaphragm.
Attention is it. So we both did real life acting and voice acting. So my question is, which one do you prefer, and what's the major difference between the two for you?
Okay. So, I don't want you talking anymore because you're hurting everybody. But if you guys can understand Brahmi still, I've done voice acting and I've done on-screen acting. And what do I prefer? And what is the difference?
Major difference.
Major difference. So obviously the major difference between acting on screen and voice acting is, you know, there's a camera or no camera. Like either you're doing the performance and the camera's recording the performance, or you're doing the performance and just the microphone recording the performance. But I came from on screen, so I'm actually doing the same performance, whether there's a camera in the room or not. It's just a microphone or a camera like capturing the performance. And there are technique differences in how you're doing it. Obviously, you can't move, you're not, you know, it's a different thing like that, but there's no difference in preparation for what you're doing. Like the character and how you're thinking about the character and reading the scripts and what you're putting into it and what you're feeling is the exact same thing. For people that want to be voice actors, I always tell them, go to acting school, just become a good actor. Become a really good actor, and you're going to be able to do that on any medium of acting, you know? And so, it's not a preference preferring one over the other. Ultimately, I continue to voice act, I continue to act on screen, and for me, and I think most actors, what you really want, what you really prefer is a great story. It's a great story. At the end of the day, all of us as filmmakers and television, whether it's animation or movies or television or even social media people, we're just storytellers. And at the end of the day, you want to be involved in a great story. And we know the great stories. Avatar, Star Wars, Harry Potter, these are great stories that you want to be a part of something, just a great story. Any part of it is great, you know? Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to let you know, in real life, I sound just like you.
You what?
Most of my friends say so.
Oh, in real life you sound like me?
A bit.
Oh, wow.
That's why I want to meet so bad.
That's why today you can't sound like me today. That's why they took your voice.
I take on the original.
That's great. Cheers. Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
I'm Blaine.
What's up, Blaine?
So my favorite movie of all time is But I'm a Cheerleader. I was wondering if you had any stories or memories from that.
Yeah, no, I love But I'm a Cheerleader. Actually, yesterday someone brought the film up too. It's really a wonderful, wonderful film. If you guys haven't seen But I'm a Cheerleader, you should check it out. It's an OG, like LGBTQ film. I played all of us, this generation. We were like young, kind of like young Hollywood at that time, where we were these kids that go to a camp when we're teenagers, and we're gay teenagers, but we're going to camp to be ungay, to get ungay. We go to camp to become straight. But it's a comedy, so like one of our camp, like to frame it, one of our camp counselors is RuPaul. Like drag queen RuPaul, but he's a guy. He's dressed as a guy. He's one of our camp counselors teaching us how to be straight. It's a hilarious film. But I love that movie. I love being a part of that film. You know, I spoke about it yesterday. I'm very proud to be an ally to the LGBTQ community, and I got so many, to this day, I get so many, my inbox is filled up with young teens just thanking me for being a part of their process of coming out to their parents, and that film being a major part through comedy to have these conversations with their parents. So I'm very proud to be a part of that. As far as a fun story or anecdote from the movie, it's the first time I played gay, and it was the first time I kissed a guy in that movie. That was crazy. There was so I had to kiss this guy. His name's Kip Pardue. I play this character named Dolph, and I'm a wrestler, and then Kip became the guy who was like my boyfriend in the show, the movie. And we're both straight, and so everyone's like they're gonna kiss. And then we really didn't know what to do. You know, we're like, we both never kissed a guy, and the director was like, maybe we should just save this for like, when we're like shooting and like really get on camera like your first time kissing a guy. We're like, that sounds like a good idea. So we were like, how do we rehearse it? And we were young, crazy actors, and we were like hanging out with one of the other actors and actresses was like, I'll help you guys rehearse. And we're like, how are we gonna rehearse the scene? And so we kind of just, I remember I was like, well, why don't you kiss Kip, and then I'll just study. I'll watch, and then you can kiss me, and then he can study what's going on, and then, you know, we can just go back and forth a few times until we get this right. And then, which is kind of funny, we're just young actors kind of being crazy, and then the day we did it, we kind of like shook hands, and cameras were rolling, and then we made out. What's crazy, I'm sure, you know, whatever, if you've never kissed a guy, this stuff right here, the facial hair is real rough, you guys. If you've never kissed a guy, I'm gonna tell you something. Even if you can't see it, like we didn't have facial hair, we were shaved. Even if you can't see it, that stubble is real rough. And that was something I was not expecting. And then I really start to have a little more empathy for the girls I kiss because that stubble's kind of rough. But thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Brent.
Hello, what's your name?
Brent.
Hey, Brent.
So what I was wondering, Zuko's redemption arc is one of my favorite redemption arcs out there. And what I was wondering is how much beforehand was planned out and how much was kind of improvised in the season?
Yeah, nothing was improvised on my part, and I don't know what was exactly planned out. I was not expecting any redemption from this character at all, for sure. Not at least until maybe book 2. I mean, when he started learning the elements from other people, I started thinking, oh, Zuko's gotta teach this guy. But we're not supposed to know. Like I wasn't, as an actor, I was kind of sucked into the scene of what was going on. I wasn't really thinking in the future. And I think the audience too, it's really beautiful. Like, I just watched the Blue Spirit episode, and I love that scene at the end of the Blue Spirit after Aang realizes like, that Zuko's the one who saved me from General Zhao. And he was telling Zuko like, hey, I had a friend from the Fire Nation back in the day. You think we would have been friends? But then Zuko like throws a fireball in the back of his head, which I loved. I was like, no, I'm a fireball guy. But I didn't know where his redemption was going. And again, throughout it wasn't like he just decided he was going to be a good guy and just going to go. No, he screws up so many more times. Like they're at the beach and I'm watching it again and I'm like, Zuko, like don't trust your sister, dude. Like what are you doing? I know her friends are cute. and that's cool. But you don't go down that road, bro. Like, ah. So I love that he's not perfect, and redemption is not as easy as like just, you know, I'm deciding to redeem myself, and then everyone, the world, kind of like acquiesce to the fact that we think you're good now. And that's not how it worked. It didn't work for Zuko. So I don't think. Look, man, the redemption arc in life, we all want it. It's not going to be as easy as any of us thinks, and it's probably not going to work the first time around. You go for it, you just got to kind of keep going.
So as far as you knew, it was probably going to be 3 seasons of My Heart.
Right, exactly. Non-stop. Actually, the truth of it, I mean, I was so in it, I never even realized I said that line so many times. When I first started doing Comic-Cons, like I didn't grow up in the whole Comic-Con world, and like I got invited to some cons and I went out there, and then I'm sitting at the table and people come to the table and like, can you sign this? I'm like, yeah, like, can you write honor on it? And I'm like, what? Like, can you just write like for my honor on the picture? I'm like, why? Like, yeah, I will. Why? You know? And I'm like, they're like, what? I'm like, what? Honor? So maybe it's a good thing because I wasn't really. You don't think about when you're acting. You don't think about like this is going to be a great line at all. Matter of fact, when things become like a part of like literally people are like, right, that's rough, buddy, on this picture. I was like, what are you talking about? I mean, we don't remember what we say in life. We just kind of like say it, you know. And that's kind of how Zuko was with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing? What's your name?
I'm Cloud.
Cloud?
Yes,
What?
Clouds, like in the sky.
Your name is Clouds?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Thank you.
What's up, Clouds?
I also have a question about Zuko.
Yes.
What's your favorite line or favorite scene that you voiced, that you said while being Zuko?
I don't know, it was like a bunch of years we did that. I told the story yesterday about, I really loved when I met Mark Hamill, when we played my father, and we did this whole crazy thing. But also, I don't know, there's so many different crazy times when I think about the show. It's really the relationships between the characters. I love all the scenes I did with Azula because I love Grey Delisle as a voice actress, and she's so crazy, and the character is so crazy. And I have brothers and sisters, so I understand the banter, and I understand like just the issues with siblings. So I really love all those moments. But then I also love and cherish all the scenes I did with Uncle Iroh. And so the original Uncle Iroh is a guy named Mako. Mako is a very prolific actor, Asian American actor. He actually played my uncle and my father, I think like 4 times throughout my career. Started when I was like 12 the first time, and so he really was an uncle figure to me. And then he passed away during book 2, like before Tales of Bossing said he ended up really passing away. And some of my favorite times and memories was like the last few days with him and working with him and like sharing that aspect of our life and career, you know? Thank you. Is that you, Ty Lee? What's up, you guys? Ty Lee's in the house. You look great. Amazing. Such a great Ty Lee. Cosplayers. What's going on with your name?
I'm Kate.
What's up, Kate?
I was wondering whether you have any techniques to get into character when you're voice acting, because I imagine it's a lot more difficult when you're not like wearing a costume and stuff as you normally would when acting.
I don't know. You know what it is? It's like, no, you just gotta go there. Like, it's very crazy. Are you an actress? Not yet. On your way?
No, just for fun.
For fun? It's okay. You look great, like, in your costume. I mean, acting, this is the thing. First of all, I love coming to cons because this is like our people. Like, look around, like, we're artists, we're creatives, cosplayers, writers, actors, content creators. Like, I mean, that's what we do, right? We're artists. And so it doesn't matter if you're doing it for a living or not, like, this is who we are. We're artists. And so that's a great thing about coming to cons. And so when we're talking about process, right? Getting into character. Getting into character for most things, it's always, the beginning is hard, you're always trying to find it. I'm like starting a new project right now. The first few days, the first few weeks, you're always scared you're gonna get fired because did they hire the right person? Am I the right person for it? And then you find the place, and once you kind of find the place, this is my thing about acting. I don't know if there's actors in the house. You know, you are stuck with the character, and the character's stuck with you. And so, what does that mean? That means there's a lot of me in Zuko, and there's a lot of Zuko in me. And like where we intersect is where I play it, right? And so once I find where that's at, I can always get there because I know where he's at with me. I just had a conversation with the new kid playing Zuko on the show for Netflix, Dallas Blue, and we were talking about the character, and you know, it's kind of like passing the torch, like, bro, it's your turn to play him. Like, how you're gonna play him. Like, I'll tell you things about how I did it, and it's a journey, but ultimately it's your turn to play him how you're gonna play him, wherever that character intersects with you. And so to get into it, once you've got where it's at, it doesn't take much. It's not the costume, it's just, it is the costume helps out, the scene helps out, who you're acting with helps out, but we all kind of get back to that right place. And then it's kind of like playing music. When you're like in the right key, you just go back to the right key, and then we're with the other musicians and we play the song together, and it feels good. It's hard to explain, but I mean, you know, it's somewhere in there. Thank you so much, kid. Let's all. Ang's here too. What's going on, Ang? And the whole crew. Oh my God, there's a whole Sokka, Katara, Suki. What's going on?
Yeah, everything's good for us.
You guys look great.
Thank you. So, our question is, because we have somebody who's playing Suki, do you know what happened to her between the events of Lost Airbender and Legend of Korra?
I do not know what happened to Suki. I'm gonna find out though, Suki. I'm gonna find out. I don't know, I love Suki. I think the Kyoshi Warriors and Suki are some of the most interesting characters in the world. One, because they're not benders. I mean, benders, we're cool, we're benders. But we're like, the OP. Benders are the OP. But cats like Jet and Suki and the Kyoto that aren't been Ty Lee. I don't know, Ty Lee might, she's basically a bender, right? But so the Kyoshi Warriors are so gangster without being benders. I just think they're wonderful. And then the lessons that she teaches, again, the themes of this quote-unquote kid show where you're teaching Sokka, you know, about his false male chauvinistic points of view and being bested by a woman and really understanding the power, you know, that they have and not being chauvinistic towards women. It's such a great lesson, especially for kids to learn at a very young age. But I do not know what happened to Suki. I do know she looks amazing in the Kyoshi Warrior makeup, but I also know when Suki took that makeup off, damn, I was like, damn, Suki, she's cute. And Sokka gets all the girls. Sokka gets all the girls. The Water Tribe has game. And Zuko is not really good at his game. It's very awkward. It's very awkward. You guys have more questions? You guys look great. You guys look like you're about to go save the world or something.
Well, we're trying to. Thank you for your...
Hold on a second. The Fire Nation's in the house too. What's up, Ozai?
I have a question for you.
What do you want?
Was I a good father to you?
You were horrible! But you look amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. What's going on? Yo, what's up? What's your name?
Marius.
Marius? Cool name.
But my friends call me Mario. First of all, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not kind of anime guy, but
the way you talk,
yes.
I can see your passion. And that makes me watch the show.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
But I have a question.
Rock with it.
Did you always get along with the cast?
With the cast?
Yeah, but I have to add something.
Yes.
Notice me, senpai.
Hello. Did I always get along with the cast? Yeah, I mean, the cast, yeah, man, like this is the thing, mostly when you're working, most of the time, when I say long time, most of the time, most actors, we're having a great time when we're working because guess what? It's hard to get jobs. The job as an actor is not always the job. Like, there is a thing about the job, there's a lot of actors out there, everyone's very cool and they've done some great work, and when you're working, those are good times. Like, on the set, shooting stuff, being able to actually do the things that people go to Hollywood from Belgium, from all parts of the world, because they want to act and make movies and television. So when you actually get the chance to do that, you're fulfilling your dream. The actual job of an actor is not working, it's how to find work. The hustle, the pain, the studying, so all that's the work, hard work. So by the time you get to work, of course you get along with the cast most of the time, because you're like, this is the time to enjoy all of the hard work we put into getting here. And you know, you may have riffs with people every now and then, but with the Avatar cast, it's like family. Like Mae Whitney, Jack DeSantis, Michaela Murphy, Olivia, like they're like my homies. Like we, to this day, will go get drinks, hang out, have dinner, just like, it's like family, Avatar family.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Final question.
Final question? And it's a pirate. All grown-ups are pirates. We kill pirates. Yes, hold on, what's your question? What's your name?
This just made my name. It's mostly been about Avatar. I have a hook question.
You have a hook question?
Of course.
You're a pirate. Go ahead.
No, I've watched Hook like I've seen it a million times. It's my favorite movie as a kid. And as a kid, you just roll with the movie and you just don't think about it afterwards and it's done. And now as an adult, when I watch it, like you have this amazing fight scene, you know, with Hook, and you die and it's the worst thing ever. And 5 minutes later, nobody talks about it and they just fly off and everybody's happy again.
What's up with that?
Yeah, and I just wanted to know because there's a lot of, you know, there's like fan movies. I know you've been in one as like a sort of concept teacher. How often do you get like, are there any propositions for like, man, like justice for Rufio or anything?
Yeah, that's weird. This is, I'm with you, 100%. I mean, we addressed that on my YouTube channel. I used to have a show, there was the guys, the Jim Henson guys, who, you know, Kermit the Frog, they made a Rufio puppet. And I ended up voicing him, and we had a YouTube show called The Rufio Show. And it was like Rufio walking around LA, like doing stuff. You can go to my YouTube channel, it's pretty funny. But there was one episode where we talked about like, what's up with that? Like, I just died and like no one, like, they all went back to Nevertree just drinking boo-boo and stuff like that. Like, what happened? I don't know. But I did talk to the director, so the death of Rufio, which is very fascinating because for the whole generation that would watch the film, you know, if you're like 10, 12 at that time, it was, or younger, 8, you were like, it's the first traumatic moment of the kids that watch the movie theater. They're like, we went to go watch a kid's movie and then the kid just straight up gets killed in the middle of the movie, or the end of the movie. It's so weird. It's traumatizing to a lot of people, right? But when you look at the way, they didn't really set it up like that and they didn't resolve it. And it was really because the ending kept changing when we did Hook. We had an ending where I went back, me and the Lost Boys went back with Peter Pan to the real world and became like regular people. There was an ending where he gives the sword to Rufio, ends up leaving all, like we didn't know, but the writer ends up telling me years later, they decided to ultimately kill Rufio because they wanted to show real danger in Neverland for the Peter Pan character. He had to leave. It wasn't all just fun and games because the fight up to then has been like pretty fun. Except for Rufio had like these cool sword fights, and the rest of the kids had like bubblegum and shooting eggs and fun stuff. But then when Rufio gets killed, like you understand like the danger in Neverland and the reason why he had to go against kids out of Neverland. And so that's what that meant in the piece. But yeah, they didn't really resolve, like Rufio kind of like, it's a strange character. He's a legendary because I think of the death, but also it's unresolved. He's an unresolved character to a degree. But I don't know, I mean, there's more stuff. We might create some like future Lost Boy Rufio stuff to like dive into a story like more in the future. We'll see what happens. Thank you so much. All right.
Is entering the realm of reality.
Yes, I can feel it too, such power. It must be a very important individual. I don't think it will take long before they emerge from the fog of fiction completely. They are almost here.
I just cannot wait. Let's all keep our eyes on the trees.
I'll kick it off with the first question from Caroline, sitting here but was too shy to ask it herself.
Okay.
So she wanted to know, besides Bellamy, who is your favorite character you played?
Who's my favorite character that I've played?
I did this movie called Road Train, I think, and I played a character called Craig, who becomes like this crazed serial killer. That was pretty fun. Yeah, so Craig was fun. Yeah, I've got this other character that's not in the mini genre world that's coming up next in a TV series later this year. It was quite fun to play too. Peter in a TV series called Love Me, which would be cool. Something different for me anyway. Yeah. Thank you. Cool.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you have any advice for young actors or just people who want to become an actor in general?
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing is to like really love the craft. I mean, I never got into it thinking I was going to be an actor. Like I just did it because I loved it, and just. But like that's the thing, like I've fallen in love with that job. As long as you have the passion for it and you're doing it for yourself and for the right reasons, and that's what I would say to do. There's no exact science. Like if you ask any of the other actors here, we'd all have a different story as to how we got into acting. So as long as you just kind of surround yourself in that creative industry and other people who want to make films or tell stories, that's the kind of group you need to be around. And just to have that inner passion and drive to do it. So if you've got the love for it, then stick with it. But it's probably also a good idea to have a plan B because it's a very tough career, and I'm very, very, very lucky to be where I am right now. But yeah, just fall in love with it and stay in love with it. I think it's the most important thing. Thank you. No worries. Thank you. Hey.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm shaking.
It's okay, just breathe. Or we can just shake, that's fine. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you,
what's your name?
Naomi.
Naomi?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Bob. Just breathe, all good.
Okay, so you just said about how everybody gets into acting a different way.
Yeah.
How did you get into acting?
Well, I did it at high school. I did my first play because my sister told me I should do it, and so I did that. And I was terrified of it. And funnily enough, so I did this play when I was 13, and then when I was about 33, I was driving to work on the 100 one day, and I had this line back when I was 13, and it was still haunting me that I didn't do it right. And then when I was driving to work one day, I was like, oh, that's how I was supposed to do it, 20 years later. But anyway, all that aside, I did like drama at school, and I was with my mates. It was just a lot of fun. It was something that it was just fun for me. But I went to university to do geological engineering, and that was not fun. So basically, well, I mean, I'm sure some people love it, but it wasn't fun for me. So yeah, that's kind of how I did it. And then I just changed my university degree into creative arts, started off writing, and then started performing, and then that was where it kind of took off for me. Did a lot of like theatre, and then I got a job on Home and Away, and that was kind of it from there on out. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
No worries, thank you. Bye.
I wondered about the ending of the show. Did you like it? And is there anything you would change to it? And I have to say one more thing. My friend Jordy says hi.
Oh, hi, Jordy. The ending of the show? Look, for me, I really liked the ending of season 5. I thought that was a really great ending to the show. And in a way, you know, they kind of said that, I think they said end of book 1. To me, that kind of felt like a really nice ending. And then, you know, we kind of started exploring different things in season 6 and 7. So yeah, I actually haven't seen season 6 or 7, so I can't really talk too much about it. But you know, I know that it was difficult, like to not have, like the ending seemed a bit bleak, like not being able to have kids and everything like that. But I think that's, you know, I'm not sure what the message is around that. But you know, for me personally, I needed to take time off work, so the story of Bellamy didn't really end the way that some people might have wanted it to, and I felt pretty bad about that. But also I needed to put my mental health first, so it was a tough decision to walk away and take that time off. But yeah, I'm sorry. But that's kind of I had to prioritise between one or the other. But I'm very proud of being on the show for 7 years. And yeah, I guess the end is up to interpretation for others. I don't know. Sorry. Hi.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
My question was actually very similar about the ending of Bellamy. So I don't really have another question. I just want to thank you to be so open on social media about mental health issues. It's very inspirational, so just thank you.
Oh yeah, no worries. I mean, it's obviously it's something that I've battled with for a lot of my life, and it's not. I don't know. I just feel like being able to talk openly and honestly about it's really important. I think I personally had run away from it for so many years, and I had to stop and take it seriously, and it's an important thing that we all should be able to talk about. So. I'm glad that it's helpful to a lot of people out there. It's just something that I felt like I needed to do, so appreciate that. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
Yesterday you mentioned that you were working on a film project, and it was with Liza and Zach. Can you tell us anything more about those?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to, but we're shooting them right now. I'm not sure what they want to do with their press release, but yes, I'm shooting with Liza at the moment. Which is why she isn't here, but I managed to get some time off. And then I'll be shooting something with Zach later in the month. But the one with Eliza and I is more of a psychological thriller type thing with an AI, and the one with Zach is a Western, so yeah, should be pretty cool. Yeah. Zach sent me some photos of him riding a horse in Montana. He looks very much at home. I'm terrified of horses, so we'll see how I go. Yeah. Yeah.
I have a second question from my friend who wasn't able to be here.
Okay.
If you could give yourself a different name, any name at all, what would it be? Yeah.
I don't know. I'm actually named after my father, so I am okay with that. A lot of you might not know my father passed away when I was very young and gave me his name, so I wouldn't choose a different name. I am who I am, and I'm okay with that. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
I met you yesterday, but I wanted to say thank you. You made a little video for my mom and grandma, and she teared up when I showed her.
Oh,
she
so
was
sweet.
so happy. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no worries.
My question is, from all the seasons and all the different things you did during the seasons, what was your favorite to film?
My favorite to film. I mean, I always liked doing action sequences. They were really cool. I don't know what that was. That noise. There was a cool fight sequence that I had with Marie. That was fun. But it probably for me is back in season 1 and Bellamy doing all those speeches. I really liked doing that. I came from a theatre background, so I felt very theatrical doing all that stuff. So yeah, and I think it was one of the only times where, like, whenever you have a rain machine on set, that's really cool. Rain makes everything much more dramatic. So that's always cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, I love your work. And my question is, do you ship Clark and Lexa?
Do I ship Clark and Lexa?
Yes.
I did when it was like, when they first came about, I thought it was fantastic. But I also just shipped like love, you know, like I also, that's one thing that I found tough about the show is that no one was allowed to grieve and then move on. Everyone was like, you know, like even Octavia never really got over Lincoln. And that is part of life, like you do move on, you grieve and you can move on. So that was one thing that I always felt was troubling with the show. They didn't allow the characters to grow emotionally in that way. But yeah, it was that Clark and Lexa was like one of the only, and Lincoln and Octavia were like one of the only real bright sparks in the show where people were happy. You know, like Monty and Harper, I love them. You know, I guess I am a romantic at heart, and when people are in love and they're happy, it's nice to watch.
Second question.
Yeah.
Who was your favorite to work with on the stage? Yeah.
probably there's, I mean, obviously, it's Eliza is my favourite person to work with. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not really a question. I was going to try and make a joke about it. But yeah, no, Eliza was my favourite person to work with. So committed and such a generous actor. Yeah, quite phenomenal. Thank you.
Hello. So my question is, can you still understand Drake like Groundless language or like speak it?
Can I still understand it? I could never understand it. So the answer is no. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to perform in a made-up language, but I think that everyone who did it was pretty amazing. Sometimes we would get those lines on the day of, and that was really difficult. So yeah, I didn't commit any of that to memory, and I think they knew that. That's why Bellamy never spoke Trig. So sorry. Do you know Trig?
A little bit.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. Do you want to talk some Trig? And I can just nod like I know what you're saying.
Say like I actually African Sakaiku Sting.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
So I just wanted to say that I grew up with The 100. I started watching when I was 15 years old. I'm now 22, so it's basically my whole adolescence crisis.
Yeah, makes me feel
The
old.
100 helped my parents because, well, I was watching it through my whole crisis, like, oh, I'm so terrified, I want to be like the video of The 100. So they were like, oh, God damn it. So they thank you for that.
It's not my fault.
But I just wanted to say, to ask, in which season do you think they actually, went from being adolescents to real adults and actually, because they were popular, then basically pushed them into the light, but where do you think they realized, okay, now we are adults, we have to do this shit?
Well, I think that realization happened pretty early on, and I think it's also around the time we realized what kind of show we were making. So, episode 4, season 1, where they hanged Murphy, where they were started having real consequences, that was when we kind of realized how dark and grim the show was going to be. Like, I remember when and it's a pretty horrific scene. And so we're like, wow, okay, we're going pretty dark with this show. So for, the kids on the ground, I think that's when they realized that they're playing adult games now, where there are consequences. And I think when the adults came down, it wasn't until season 2 that they realised that their children had grown up. So yeah, it happened early for the kids or the delinquents, but I think it took a little while for the adults to catch on that this has happened and they're no longer our kids anymore. But yeah.
Thank you.
No worries, thank you.
I have a question.
Okay.
If you could kill one person on the show, who would it be?
I don't know. Because I like they're all my friends and it's weird when you need to kill someone. So, the only reason I would kill Ali is because we'd have to shoot every scene twice. So we'd have to shoot it with her standing there and then without her there. So any day where Ali was on, it was like a really long day. And it's only because I wanted to get home early. That's the only reason I would have killed Ali. Nothing against, Erica, that's for sure.
Thank you very much.
No worries, thank you.
Bob, when was the last time you did something for the first time?
When was the last time I did something for the first time? Wow, I don't know. It's been a weird. Oh, actually, you know what? For our, I tried to do needlepoint stitch work. You do weird things during quarantine, during isolation. Our 2nd year anniversary of marriage, it's a cotton wedding, and so I tried to stitch like a little thing for Eliza for our 2nd year anniversary. And I don't know, I've got clumsy hands, so that didn't really work out. But yeah, there you go. Needlework. Thank you.
I was wondering
if season 6 Bellamy could give some advice to season 1 Bellamy, what would it be?
Wow. Season 6 Bellamy was just like all over the place, wasn't he? He was chasing Clark a lot. I don't know, like, I almost felt like season 1 Bellamy had more clarity of who he was to season 6 Bellamy, like, but he would probably say, if you had the chance to talk to him, it'd be like, you know, start treating your sister as an equal, you know, like, really work on that relationship. I think that's one thing that really hurt Bellamy, was not being able to communicate with his sister and losing her. So probably trying to be more a part of her life is probably something he regretted by season 6 that he didn't really recognise in season 1. Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries, thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
First of all, I love you.
Oh.
Really great actor. My question is, why didn't Bellamy get into a relationship with Clark? Because I was actually very excited for that.
Oh, look, that's a question I think you've got to ask the writers. I mean, it was something that was talked about, that's for sure. But beyond that, yeah, I don't know. Like, we were definitely told to play that angle, so you know, it was always an option. But yeah, I don't know. That's above my pay grade. Thank you.
Can you please say to her that I love her too?
Okay, what's your name?
Thank you, Aline.
Aline?
Lean, yes.
Lean.
Yes.
Alright.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey.
Hi.
You look fantastic.
Thank you. My name is Tiffany, and I've actually got 2 questions.
Yeah.
First of all, what is something you would still really want to do in your acting career? If you only got one chance, it was your last acting job, what would you really want to do?
You know, there's scenes that people have, like things that you always see in movies. So one thing I haven't done is like have a scene where I punch a mirror. You always see that in movies. And another scene where people like clear a desk because they're so angry. I don't think I've done that either. So 2 of those cliche scenes would be great.
I hope you get to do that. Then my second question, I saw your video on Facts yesterday, the Fast and Curious. Have you gotten to eat Belgian waffles?
No, yeah, I finished the con yesterday. I was so tired, I just fell asleep. So I haven't had a chance, but maybe this evening.
Yeah, I hope you do.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you for answering my questions.
No worries.
Maybe meet again.
Maybe we meet again.
Hi.
Hello.
So my question is, do you personally relate to Belgium?
On the level of feeling that loyalty to family, that's something that I definitely relate with him on. But yeah, no. Short answer is no. He's much more aggressive than I am.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You're so amazing to see.
Oh, thank you.
Hello?
Hi, mate.
I have a small question. The TV show by itself was quite dark. So my question is, how was it behind the scene? Was it with also a heavy atmosphere, or was it more fun?
It was hard. It was like, and the short answer is it was pretty heavy. You know, we had a lot to shoot, and so we were always up against it with time. So yeah, it was a hard show to do. The weather was tough and all that kind of stuff. But you know, outside of that, the cast and the crew, we definitely had our fun. That's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, no worries.
Hi.
Hey.
I have 2 questions. One is about like mental health and stuff. What is a message that you would like to say to people who struggle with body positivity and embracing who they are?
Yeah, well, that's, you know, like, I think the one thing about it is that it's very, for someone like me and you ruminate a lot, it's very easy to give yourself a hard time. And I think that's one thing that I think is really important, is to be kind to yourself, to allow yourself to go, okay, today may be a crap day, but tomorrow I can work on it. I think it's a journey and you take little steps and you get there. eventually, but I think starting with kindness to yourself is a great place to start. And, you know, I forget that from time to time, and it's nice to have a supportive friend to kind of say, hey, you know, be nice to yourself, it's very important to me. Yeah.
And my second question was, do you ever bake with Eliza?
I bake bread. So I do the bread in the house. I do like the sourdough and all that kind of stuff. I've done a couple of eclairs, but I leave most of that other stuff to her. I eat most of it. She doesn't. So yeah. Thank you.
Hi.
G'day.
My question is, what was your favorite season to play?
My favourite season is still season 1. It was really exciting. It was my first job in America, and yeah, it was just amazing. It was amazing running around the forest and, you know, playing like space delinquents. It was before the show got really, really dark, you know, so that was fun. Yeah, thank you.
Final question.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
So my two favorite characters are Bellamy and John Murphy. So I was just wondering how it was to work with him.
Yeah, Richard is an absolute joy to work with. We absolutely loved it in like season 1, being the, you know, bad guys or, you know, whatever, the douchebags. Like, we embraced it and really encouraged it. When me and Richard would work together, we had like a really competitive but healthy competitive relationship. Like, we just wanted it to make it the best scene that it could be. So like those memories that I made with Richard throughout the series, I will cherish absolutely. So yeah, I definitely had a romance with Richard, and I think that showed with Bellamy and Murphy a little bit, maybe a little bit too much, but I loved it. I loved it completely. Thank you.
That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Bob.
Have a great weekend.
Yes, it is now time to enter the age of light. And in this new era, we can finally gather around the tree of origin once again, united to celebrate all wonders of fiction and the heroes it brings forth.
It is not luck that brought you here. Oh no, you are all blessed with the very same inner compass that stubbornly pointed you to this very forest glade. In a way, you were destined for greatness.
The forces of nature are hard at work, for two universes are about to collide. Look closely. The forest is already reacting, bracing itself tightly with its roots, sending its magical vapors through the night sky. It is already sensing the impending surge of shared passion and the sound waves of 1,000 hearts beating as one.
We can feel your fandom magic, ready to finally erupt in shattering roars, bursting positive auras, and that old familiar warmth once more. So, follow now, for the fog of fiction will soon be lifted, and your hero will step forward to greet you.
Oh, I'm so excited. I cannot wait to see who we will find in the origin tree.
Oh, I sense chills, battles, and torment. Oh, lots of torment. But I still want to just slap them too. Really odd.
Indeed. Yes, I see you now over there through the foliage. Ladies, knights, commoners, and noblemen. A king requires your attention.
I hope you paid your debts, because here is the character you love to hate.
But also the actor you love to love.
Jack Gleason.
There's 2 microphones, so you can ask any question you want to Jack. Take it away.
Hi. Hi, sorry. Didn't know where that was coming from.
Here.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good. So my question is about how House Lannister has been portrayed by some of the greatest actors, which includes you, because it's still crazy to me how young you were and still you gave mind-blowing performances like Lena and Nikolai and Charles and Peter. So my question is, how was the experiment of like working with some great actors, and what did you learn from them? Like, were they mentors to you and stuff?
I learned so much from them, yeah. Like, they wouldn't necessarily give me direct advice or mentor me, but just being in their company and being in their presence and seeing them work and seeing them act and seeing how they prepare. As a young actor, it's like the best education you can ever get. Obviously you can go to acting school and acting class, but seeing actors up close work, really good actors, and acting with them, that for me is the best way to learn. And so yeah, I don't know exactly what I did learn from them. I guess there's a certain stillness that they all have. Like Charles Dance in particular, you know, he has such a presence, and you can't really, I don't know if you can really teach that or learn that, but just seeing, how they prepare and the confidence that they give their performances, it's I feel very lucky that I got to work with them. Thank you. Cheers.
Go ahead. Hiya. Since Joffrey is such a hateable character, I can imagine there are quite a lot of people who can't separate character from actor. And I was wondering, what is the worst insult you've ever gotten before?
Well, thankfully, I've actually never I've never really met with any negativity, you know, from people who watch Game of Thrones. I feel like some people think that fans come up to me on the street and beat me up, but that's never happened yet. I have one more night in Ghent, so maybe that's going to happen tonight on the Grassley or something. But no, so thankfully everybody I meet, everybody I have met, is really polite and nice and courteous and friendly. So I don't think anybody, I mean, somebody might come up to me and say, I hate you, but I miss you on the show, or, you know, I hated your guts as Joffrey, but it's always friendly and jovial. It's never serious. Like, I've never met anyone who is honestly, like, angry with me for killing Ned Stark or something. That would be pretty demented. But if anyone is here upset with me, I am sorry, but I can't take it back. So yeah, thankfully everyone's really nice. You're welcome.
Hi. So my question for you was, you were talking about how you were into theaters yesterday. Would you ever participate in a musical?
Ooh, that's a great question. Wow. Because I used to do little musicals when I was a kid. Like, I can't really dance and I can't really sing, but I do love musicals. I love watching musicals, and as I say, when I was a kid I used to be in little amateur productions. I think I'd be too nervous to sing and dance. Jeez. I don't know, are there any musicals that you like at the moment?
Not really, I'm watching shows and movies right now.
Yeah. I see that they are making more. I feel like there are a few big musical films coming out, but I think I'd have to be auto-tuned quite a lot. I think they'd have to do a lot of work in post-production to make them sound better. But maybe. I don't know. See, maybe after a few Belgian beers, I'll give you a better answer. I'll be dancing, singing and stuff. Yeah, thanks.
Hi, Jack.
Hello.
I have two questions. My first question is, when I watched the scene where you were in your deathbed and your parents, Jamie and Cersei, like your mom was crying, but then Jamie was horny and they were having sex. And when I watched the scene, I was wondering, it's like, by the way, one of my favorite scenes because it's so effed up. Like, I was wondering what was going on in your head. I know you were dead, but like, as an actor, what was going on in your head?
Well, it's funny you ask, because that was one of my favorite days filming. Not for the reason you might think, but because all I had to do was like lie down. And you know, you get up really early to film, and all you kind of want to do is like lie down and close your eyes. And all I had to do that day was lie down and close my eyes. But to the point where I was too relaxed, and sometimes I'd actually like doze off into a sleep or into a nap, and then kind of wake up like that, and they'd be acting and like they'd be filming. So I'd like wake up halfway through a scene. I'd just be like snoring away while they're having sex or whatever.
Yeah, I was also thinking he's probably like, oh, finally I'm done, I'm just dead.
Yeah, I can just relax. That is a really weird scene though. That is a really weird scene. But what was going through my mind to answer your question was absolutely nothing, because I was asleep. Thanks.
My second question was, you're a really amazing actor. Like sometimes I wanted to punch the screen because I hated you so much, but that just shows how amazing you were as an actor. So I just wanted to ask you just like advice, because I've done like theater school and I've been to school theater. So I just want to ask advice, like how do you prepare yourself to play a character so perfect?
Oh, well, thank you very much. I don't know if I can really answer that. Like say with the character Joffrey, it's like the performance I gave in the audition, the characterization I had in the audition is more or less like the characterization that I had throughout the TV show. Obviously, you're helped a lot by the directors. The directors will give you direction and tell you to take a scene in a certain way. And you're helped by your fellow actors who bring your character to life the more that they bring their characters to life. But sometimes I don't think I did have to work that much on the characterization. It just came into my head, and sometimes you're just lucky and you read a character on a script and something just clicks and you feel like, yeah, this feels so right. Other times you do have to prepare a lot, and when you're in those situations, I would recommend just reading the script over and over again, reading it with the other actors as much as possible, talking to the other actors about how they feel about their characters and the plot, and just talking and thinking. And a little thing I like to do is think about what the character does when they're bored, or think about what the character does when they've got nothing to do, or like what do they think about first thing in the morning, or what do they think about in the shower, what do they think about when they're not thinking dramatic thoughts like that you usually see on TV and film and stage. So try and like ground them in like boring stuff, like what do they like to have in what don't they like to eat in the morning, and what kind of annoys them. Just normal things that we all have in our day-to-day life, and just try and think about those things.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Hi Jack.
Hello.
I agree with most people here that you're a good actor. I know most people talk about the Joffrey role you did, but for me, I thought you were fantastic in the starring role as Little Boy in Batman Begins. I just wondered how you got into character of that little boy, and also what it was like working with Christian Bale.
Thank you. By the way, I love your shoes. You got really nice strings. Yeah. You're really good looking guy. It's my manager. To get into the character of Little Boy, that took about 5 years experience of being a little boy. I really had to get my head into the very dark mind of that little boy. I saw him as a very troubled, very angry, very violent little boy. So I had to do, I would listen to Eminem a lot before I would go to set. and working with Christian Bale, you know, we shared a lot in common. I showed him my workout routine because I was on a very strict workout routine at the time. I was only eating bananas. So we shared a lot in our process and our preparation. But I remember he said to me, I was about 9 years old, and he said, "Jack, I don't think I've ever met an actor that prepares like you. You're the greatest actor I've ever met," basically. He said that to me. And I said, "Christian, you're embarrassing me." And he said, no, I mean it. And he looked at me and he said, "I'll never forget you." And that's the last time I saw him.
Hi.
Hello.
So I was wondering, Geoffrey is obviously a problem as a person, but he's also a teenager.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, what are your thoughts on that combination?
I would make that point all the time. Yeah, that perhaps he has similar impulses that all teenagers have, which is wanting to rebel against authority, wanting to push limits, understanding what boundaries are. It's just in his context, instead of like going and drinking a beer in the park with his friends, he's like, decapitating people. So slightly different states. But I think there is a sense where who the character is intrinsically linked with him being a young person, being a teenager, who has been given too much power, who hasn't been given any good role models, hasn't been given enough, discipline. So there is that side to it now. I don't know if that explains all of his actions, but I think a lot of people put in a situation where they're given ultimate power would maybe end up acting not too dissimilar to how Geoffrey acts, because power is very corrupting, and we all think of ourselves as like well-behaved people who have morals and principles. But if somebody like tells you that you're the ruler of everything and you can do anything you want, especially at a young age, you're probably gonna be an asshole, So yeah, I'm glad that I wasn't a king when I was that age.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This might be a bit of a controversial question, but what did you think of the ending?
Yeah. Well, I kind of have a get out of jail free card because I didn't see the ending. I didn't really watch Game of Thrones that much. Mainly at the start because I didn't like watching myself on screen, and then I just wasn't in tune with all of the plot lines then afterwards, and a lot of my friends watched it and they were like, "You have to watch the final season," so I saw a few episodes, but obviously a lot of people were disappointed, and that's a shame. But I guess it just went downhill ever since I left the show. I was what did you think of the final season?
Personally, I didn't like it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would agree, but I suppose we have the prequel to look forward to, the new TV show, and maybe George R. R. Martin will write a book at some point, and yeah, I mean, it's always sad. I don't know how you do endings. Endings are so hard. Like, I guess Harry Potter was a pretty good ending. I'm trying to think of like good endings and bad endings. Yeah, I don't know what to say other than fucked up.
I have like mostly a generic question, but if you could like redo any role that you have played with the knowledge you have now, which one would it be and what would you do differently?
Oh, sorry, could you repeat the question? Sorry.
If you could redo any role that you have played with the knowledge you have now, which one would you redo and what would you do differently?
Interesting. A probably redo every single part I played, you know, you're never a bit of a perfectionist, never really happy, but I guess I did a play recently, a Chekhov play, The Seagull, and I don't know what I'd do differently, I guess, but maybe I wasn't that happy with my performance. Maybe I'd be a bit more subtle with my performance. The director kept telling me to like be more intense, and I kind of had to do what she wanted, but I didn't think that it was right for the part. So maybe if I had my way, I'd be a bit more subtle in my performance of that character in the sequel.
Jack, how's it going?
Good.
So anyway, I haven't watched a lot of Game of Thrones myself, so I wanted to ask a question more about the work part of it, the acting behind it. So, what would you consider your most memorable or informative experience that you had when working on the show?
As an actor, there aren't any moments that strike me. It's more like what I was saying before about working with really talented actors and specifically working with really good directors. And for me, that's a big part of it. It's like, if I have a good director who can bring out the best performance in me, then I'm going to perform better. And maybe that's like a lesson that you have to learn in a way, how to take direction, you know, because you're an actor yourself, are you? Or no, you're not? But I would just say that it can be quite difficult to know how to do what the director wants you to do, and when you work with very skilled directors who are very good at communicating, and they know how to translate something in a way that you will understand, then that, you know, that makes you a better performer. So I think the best thing to do is just find a really good director. But I learned from them how to take direction. So thanks.
Which character of Game of Thrones can you relate to most and why?
Maybe Tyrion, because I can be a bit sarcastic and I'm a bit cynical and I like drinking. Yeah, all of his bad qualities. I don't think I have any of his good qualities, like courage and intellect and everything like that. Just kind of being a bit sarcastic. What about you? Do you have a character that you relate to?
Also Daenerys Targaryen.
Daenerys Targaryen, yeah. I mean, I have a dragon, she has a dragon, so I get that too. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
I was just wondering, how much were you involved in the development of your character, in the sense that how he speaks, how he moves, etc.?
That's an interesting question. I would say very involved. I mean, like I read the first book. Yeah, it's called Game of Thrones, right? In the first book of the series. And so I would read, and the second one, I skimmed through the second one, and I would read how George R. R. Martin described the character. And, you know, he would say, Joffrey has pouty lips, you know, I don't really have pouty lips, but that would be something that I would have in the back of my brain, like maybe you could pout a bit. So I would get little tips from the books, and then in terms of the physical characterization, that can come honestly just from the costume, you know. I'd wear these boots with quite high heels, So you kind of have to walk like that, you know, a bit more regal, and the costumes that they have you wear make you stand up very straight, and then if you're wearing the crown, that's going to slip and slide, so you're almost like forced to like walk like this, you know, even if you don't intend to. So the costume can help a lot in terms of the characterization. And what else? Or even like, say like sitting on the Iron Throne, I guess it's kind of like, you know, I kind of had this kind of slouchy thing, but that was just because I didn't really fit on the throne and I couldn't like sit upright, so I kind of had to slouch. So sometimes things like that, they just come out of the environment that you're in, and you just adapt within it. Yeah. Thanks.
So I have a question. Since you said you like drinking and you've been in Belgium for days, have you ever got the chance to try some Belgian beers or not?
I absolutely have. I love them.
Which ones did you drink?
I had, forgive my pronunciation, Steenilk? Is that it? How do you say it?
I don't think I know that one.
Steenilk. That was really nice. There was another one that began with Oosterwold, I can't remember. But they're all so nice. Obviously, like Schuf, I had some Schuf last night. Duval, the Duval crew are over there. They've already had a few beers this afternoon. But like, I'm like a kid in a candy shop, you know, I just want to try every single one. There are too many beers. I can't try them all. Also Delirium, I mean, I don't know. The list goes on. Do you recommend anyone? I've heard Mass is good.
Yes, that's very good, but one of my favorites is called Triple Carmelite. Triple Carmelite.
You'll have to write that down for me. Triple Carmelite.
Yes.
Triple Carmelite. Okay.
It's very good.
I don't think I'll be able to say that after a few Triple Carmelites. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, cheers.
Hello. If you could pick one movie or TV show that was ever made, which one would you like to play? Have to play?
I mean, it's too hard to answer. Maybe anything sci-fi or fantasy, you know. I really like sci-fi. So I'm trying to think of like, what's a good sci-fi? Obviously they remade Blade Runner recently. I almost like prefer the sci-fi aesthetic of the past. Like, obviously it's amazing. A film like Dune, you know, it has all of these beautiful shots, but my aesthetic is more like Labyrinth or something like that. I really like, maybe if they, I'd love to be in Labyrinth, so, you know, with David Bowie and Rachel Connelly and stuff. So it's like an 80s science fiction, science fantasy film.
This is a question related to Game of Thrones, but what kind of music do you listen to?
Oh, cool. I listen to all kinds of music, really. I listen to a lot of 90s indie, like American grunge, indie rock. I also really like folk, like American folk, Irish folk, English folk. I like hip-hop, I like rap, I like, you know, harp music. I don't know any Belgian. I don't know much Belgian music. Would you recommend any? You got a Wu-Tang. You got a Wu-Tang jumper. Nice, man.
Yeah, I'm a fan. So
nice. All the Belgian music suck. I don't know.
In general,
try Stella. It's one of the best beers.
Stella, I guess I do love Stella and I drink Stella all the time, but I can get Stella where I live, in Dublin or in London. So I drink a lot of Stella, but now that I'm here, I want to try ones that I can't get anywhere else. But yeah, love Stella. Cold pint of Stella. Thank you.
Just a quick question, because you mentioned Harry Potter earlier. Which house are you?
Ooh, well this is up for debate really, because I did the Pottermore test, right? But then I did it again and I got a different answer. I guess that happens. You should probably just go with the first one, but I can't remember. If I was to choose myself, because you are kind of allowed to choose, aren't you? The Sorting Hat says you have a say in it, or you. If I could choose, I would choose to be in Hufflepuff. The Puff Crew.
It's nice to have you in my house then.
Oh, great! I'll see you. I'll see you in the common room. Which is never described, apparently. Apparently that's the only common room in Hogwarts that you never hear about what it's like. Is that true? Does anybody know? You know? Yeah. So it's a mystery. The Hufflepuff common room. What's going on in there? Why doesn't J.K. Rowling want us to know what's happened? It's going to be very secret.
Hey Jack.
Hello.
Yesterday you said you were fluent in Irish. So I told you.
I did not say that. I said I'm terrible at Irish. I can't speak it.
So I did tell you I would try to speak Irish.
That's
so
right.
Either I'm going to insult your mother, or I will give the compliment I wanted to give. So here goes. Isfia iotak tu.
Oh, Gurumil Magaf. He said, Isfar itak tu, which means you're a great god. Anawa. Gurumil Magaf. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap. Jack Riso!
Thanks guys, thanks for your questions.
Or the mirror, right? Depending on which time we're watching from Once Upon a Time. And let's just bring her on out. Ms. Lana Parrilla, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
Good morning. Where would you like to sit? Left or right? Okay.
We'll go that side.
Okay, we're gonna swap.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
I will take my mask off.
I think we're like 1.5 meters.
Yeah, I think we can do that safely.
I think we can do it safely.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Are you tired?
Yeah.
It depends on when you get in, right? And
Yeah,
because a lot of people get in the day before.
I made a mistake. I think I thought I was coming in a day earlier.
Oh no.
And so I was writing a friend and I said, tomorrow I'm just going to sleep so I can show up on Friday, be really fresh. And they said, tomorrow's Friday. I was like, no, it can't be. They said, tomorrow's Friday, Lana. So I've been up since 4.
Very nice. Very nice.
I've been up since 4 a.m.
Nice.
I went to bed at midnight.
Oh God. Oh no. Oh no. And here we are right away in the morning.
It's okay.
Well, hopefully nobody has too many stressful questions that we have to think too hard about.
I've become a vampire. I swear. I feel like I operate on fumes. But it's okay. I'm actually not tired, but I'm a little I'm forgetful.
Okay. then I'm fine because I am forgetful, and I'm pretty sure I have ADHD. So
What was that?
Yeah, exactly. We'll get along just fine.
Perfect.
I think one of the questions that I thought I wanted to know was, in the series, of course, you play the two aspects of the same person. You play the mayor, you play the evil queen, and it feels like, although they're the same person, they're two very different characters, aren't they? I mean, is that how you approached it, as two different people?
I did. 2 different stages in her life. There's a sort of a sense of evolution with the character. You know, anytime we saw the evil queen, for the most part, in the early years, it was in flashbacks.
Right.
And so back then, she was a bit more sadistic and psychotic.
Right.
Regina in Storybrooke, she was more sinister and calculated.
Right.
And she kind of kept things internally.
Because when we met her, like I wasn't sure, like you knew she was like bad, but I wasn't sure, like, does she know, like, is she still remember that she's the queen?
Yeah.
Or does she just know that she's bad, you know, like, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I remember when, I think it was the 5th or, no, was it the 5th or 7th episode? It may have been the 7th episode, when we saw that she was awake. I think it was the 7th episode, because that was the episode with the huntsman.
Right.
And for those who haven't seen it, I'm sure everyone here has seen. Okay, so then, so when she opens her vault and goes down, and it was like, what is this?
What is going on?
That's when I was like, oh my God, she's crazy. She's psychotic. She's like a sociopath / serial killer / crazy person.
Who killed her own father.
But then as we move forward, we understand how she became that way, and we end up having a lot of compassion for the character. But it was intentional for me to play them very different, and I tried to do that with every sort of stage in Regina's life, even when she was younger, and to, you know, the young Regina who was in constant discovery of who she was, and having her, you know, mini tantrums and outbursts, and then she starts through Rumple learning how to be more sophisticated, and he really became her teacher along with Maleficent, but you know, the combo sort of helped her grow into the evil queen who she became, and then moving forward, Regina the mayor.
Which was more fun to play? I would have to imagine the queen is more, like 1,000 times more fun to play.
You know, I always say the queen is more fun to play, but I can't really choose, because I was playing the same person the whole time.
Right.
It really was just that it was different stages in her life. So the queen is fun because she's deliciously evil and does the most outrageous things, and she can be bodacious and over the top and get away with murder. But Regina, I really loved how she was constantly searching to improve herself. And that only happened really in season 2 when she lost her son, that she realized that she had to change and be a better mother and person, and had to make amends and take responsibility. So that is, I guess, really the person that we all really admire. And I think that version of the character really inspired a lot of people.
Okay. So like I said, if you have a question, just raise your hand, and Jeannie, no. Jennifer will come. There's one in the back left. I saw a hand up. I keep forgetting her name.
I just love that Batman's in the audience, and like it's so awesome. Hey, I feel just super safe, you know, with him sitting there. It's like, oh, we're good. We're good.
I didn't even see him until you pointed it out.
Batman's got it.
Just one question. If Once Upon a Time would still be on TV, there have been so many much more Disney movies released. If there's a new character that hasn't been on Once Upon a Time, which one would be Regina most happy or most scared to meet from the new Disney movies, like Wreck-It Ralph or something?
So if the series...
Who's speaking?
The gentleman...
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
I have bright lights, so I can't see anything.
Except for Batman.
So, more of a scary character?
Whatever you like best.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So who do you think?
I've never said this before, but you said some word that made me think of like spooky scary.
And I think I would choose, and I don't think he's here, I think he was supposed to be here, Robert Englund, who played Freddy Krueger. I think having him would have totally been outrageous, because I mean, he messes with you when you're sleeping. Talk about being in a sleeping curse with Freddy Krueger on Once Upon a Time, season whatever, 9. But yeah, that would have been terrifying.
What would be the team up? What would be the scheme with?
What would be the shit?
Regina and
right? The Krueger Queen. Or Queen Krueger.
Queen Krueger.
I like the Krueger Queen, but
like a crown made out of.
I mean, I could totally see them together. That would have been completely insane. Yeah, Freddy Krueger. He terrified me. Still does. When I saw that he was supposed to be here, I don't know if he is going to be here, but oh man, I've met him once, and it's an amazing story. But
well, we have time. You can tell the story.
Well, some people know the story, and some people don't know the story, because there's a lot of recurring people who don't know the story. Okay, so there's some people that don't know the story. So my very first convention was SpookyCon in Florida, and I'd never been to anything like this in my life, and I had no idea what to expect. But I looked at who was going to attend, and Freddy Krueger was going, Robert Englund was attending, and I was like, oh my God. I have to see him. Now, I have been terrified of him my whole life. When I was quite young, I loved scary movies. It's like, what do you want to watch? Scary movie, all the time. And as a young girl, 7, I started watching Nightmare on Elm Street. And I was obsessed and had the worst dreams and woke up scared and walked around scared constantly, like he's gonna come attack me behind a tree in broad daylight. And so I was nervous to meet him. And they said, well...
Wait a minute. You're terrified of this person and you want to meet him.
Of course! Face your fears! That's my motto in life. So I know. I go towards everything I'm afraid of. Jump out of a plane, okay. So they pulled me aside, and he was in photo ops, and they said, just wait right here, and he knows that you're coming. And the whole cast, or at least a good portion of the cast from Nightmare on Elm Street were there. And I was kind of fangirling from the side. And I'm just dying to tell him how much he terrified me as a little girl. And when he sees me, they break for a second, and he sees me, and he walks over, and he goes, my queen, and he gets down on one knee, and he kisses my hand. And I was that's right. And then he started talking about so many things. I never got to tell him that I was scared of him. I was hoping that he would be here this weekend so I could be by the way, 10 years later.
Tell you. Wow.
So yeah, I thought he was so amazing, and I love those films, especially the first 5. They were really cool, so I would choose him. Okay. Very long answer to your question.
I think it was worth it.
Thanks.
Do we have any other questions? Oh, here's a couple in the front here. Gemma? No. Jennifer. Sorry. I keep forgetting her name.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so right now we're seeing a lot of live action movies being made of all Disney classics. So if there were to happen a Snow White live action, would you be interested in playing the evil queen?
I would, but I think that part has been given to somebody else. It was given to, oh God, was it Gal Gadot? Yeah. I know, I'm bummed too. It's okay. She's Wonder Woman. I'm like, come on, you're Wonder Woman! But yeah, so she's gonna play the evil queen, but otherwise I would have loved to have played her. Yeah, 100%. Player for 7 years. So I wonder if she's watching the show.
Maybe.
That'll be interesting. We'll see. For inspiration, maybe.
Could be.
Yeah.
Do a little homework.
I watched every
research.
Evil Queen movie that, you know, Susan Sarandon and, well, I watched obviously the Walt Disney version, and I feel like there was another one. Susan Sarandon played her in Enchanted, I believe. Am I getting that right?
Was she in Into the Woods?
Oh, no, Charlize Theron, but it was very different.
That's
in
right.
The
You're
Huntsman.
right. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
Snow
one
White
with
and the Huntsman.
Kristen Stewart and Chris
Charlize
Hemsworth, I think, was in one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember who the Huntsman is. It wasn't Chris Hemsworth, was it? No.
So.
It was. I guess I'm not so forgetful after all. But you are. He's like, I have no idea. I haven't seen any of them.
I don't know. I don't know anything. These are the only things I can remember. There was another one with the flowers?
Yes.
Hi. My question is, how was it for you to be Rita and Why Women Kill?
How was it to be Rita?
Yes.
Awesome. I love that show. I had so much fun. Just to play a real person for a minute. It's great. Like, not a magical, fantastical character. Once Upon a Time was my first fantasy ever. So it was kind of like stepping back into like human shoes, you know. It was fun. And she too was completely outrageous, but I loved her arc. I thought it was beautiful. Why Women Kill is a series that I did after Once Upon a Time, for those who don't know. And it was a very fun show. The first season, Jennifer Goodwin, who played Snow White, is in it. And then the second season is a whole new cast, kind of like how American Horror Story. You know how there's different sort of themes every year, I guess you would say, or kind of the same genre, but
ensemble, or
but
what
it's
is
like
that?
a whole new cast. It's called an anthology.
Oh yeah, anthology. That's You're right.
So Jennifer Goodwin's in the first one, if you're a big Snow White fan, and I'm in the second season playing Rita Castillo, set in 1949.
Cool.
Yeah, so I had the most beautiful costumes, yet again, which was fun.
Score.
And I couldn't breathe in those either. So yeah, that part wasn't fun.
There's another one here in the front to the right. And I think this might be our last question.
Hello. Who makes the best lasagna? Granny or Regina?
Who makes the best lasagna? Who was the first?
Granny or Regina?
Granny.
Gran or Regina?
Yes.
Lana. I make a kick-ass lasagna. But I would say Regina, because I get to play her, so therefore I would give her my secret recipe. Now I'm hungry. I know you too. I think everybody is. I don't think there's food here. I think we're all hungry.
Ricotta or bechamel?
I'm sorry?
Do you use ricotta or bechamel?
Oh, ricotta.
Nice. Nice.
Yes.
Okay, somebody else needs to ask a question to distract us from the food. Somebody, please. There we go. There's one last.
I know, please, because now we're all starving.
Yes. We can.
I'm like, oh my god, I'm so hungry.
Hi, Lana.
Hi.
So good to see you again.
Thank you, and you. I can't see your face, but I trust that we've met before.
Well, I saw on your Instagram that you've been to Iceland recently, and I was wondering, how was it?
I didn't spend enough time there. I keep looking at the same pictures going, oh my God. One of my assistants, she worked for me forever and she's still in my life, and she just sent me her itinerary so I can look at it so I can sort of plan a summer trip. I hear Iceland is two different countries. In the winter and in the summer, it's very different. And I was blown away by its beauty, like breathtaking beauty. And then I had to go back to LA, and I was like, I hate this city. It's horrible. It's just gray. There's no color. It's so boring. I'm over it.
I can't see anything in the sky at night.
I'm over it. But I was just like, why are we not living in Iceland? And it's just, sorry, Iceland, we're all coming to you. But it was just spectacular. I didn't spend enough time there. I would love to spend 2 weeks there in the summer and in the winter and do all the things that Iceland has to offer, because it is glorious. And the water, I was drinking out of the faucet, and I mean, and the snow, I was on snowmobiles. I've never been on a snowmobile. I was flying. I was going, what's 40 miles an hour, they go fast. I was going as fast as they can go. And I had the best time. And yeah, I wish to God I can go back like right now. I mean, after the weekend, but like on Monday. Spectacular.
This answer brought to you by the Icelandic
you have
tourism
not,
country.
I know, I'm like, and by the way, you can go to Nordic Luxury, because they are...
www.howtovisiticeland.com.
It's like, seriously, it's like one of my favorite places I've ever been in the world.
Cool. Now everybody go, because it's great. I do agree.
It's so close. If I lived in Europe, I'd be there all the time.
It is close. It's like 4 or 5 hours, depending on where you're flying from.
I need to move here. I know. No, trust me. I think a lot of Americans are just like, we're over this country. But yeah, there's enough people in my life that feel very similarly to and we're like, it's time. It's time to leave.
Well, Lana, thank you for taking the time to chat with us this morning.
My pleasure. Thank you all for being here. I know it's a bit different because it's a smaller group, and the laws and the rules have changed, and they're changing day by day. So I appreciate you all for being so responsible, for getting vaxxed, for getting your COVID tests beforehand, and for showing up today. It really means a lot. Thank you.
So
and thank you, Joe.
You're welcome. Have a great rest of the day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, see you tomorrow.
Lana Maria, ladies and gentlemen. First, Mr. Ricky Whittle, come on up.
See Chelsea coming in.
Hi, good to see you.
Guten Tag, wie geht's? Ich glaube, du bist gut, du bist rund. Ja?
Ziemlich okay, danke sehr.
Mein Deutsch ist der Hammer.
So where would you like to sit? Left, right?
Where do you want to sit?
Hello.
I'm asking you.
Chelsea. Hi.
Where would you like to sit?
I'm gonna sit. Well, but then you don't have a seat.
I can sit on the bar. I'll sit over here.
At the bar?
I'll sit over here on the bar. No, it's okay.
No, we'll come.
I'm gonna sit over here. I'm gonna be antisocial in the corner like this.
What's up, guys?
Guten Tag, mein Freund.
That's way too quiet for us. Let's try this again.
So
What's up, guys? They're getting there.
That was
no,
me.
that's still. Let's raise the roof. Let's go crazy.
That still was kind of weak.
That was good?
That was pretty good.
Okay.
I think they could do better, but
we'll take that. It's early. It's still Friday. We've got Saturday.
Yep.
Really pop in Sunday. They'll be too drunk and hungover, so it's fine.
So just like before, if you have a question, raise your hand.
Yeah, nice
Georgia.
fade. Nice fade.
No, not Georgia. Jane. No. Jennifer has the microphone. If you are comfortable, we can go with masks. If you are, or I should say, comfortable, we can go without masks. However you would prefer. Whatever makes you feel safe and comfortable. It's up to you. No pressure.
I just want to see Ricky Whittle's beautiful smile, so look at that. Come on, guys. Woo!
Nice.
Well, hello, everyone. So
Hello.
happy to be back.
Oh, it is so good to be back. I am happy to see you all here. You're healthy, you're safe. It's been a tough 2 years or so. So I'm glad that we can finally come back to Germany, come to these Comic-Cons, and I'm pretending that you're all smiling right now.
They are. You can see it in most of the eyes.
Everyone is smiling like this.
Actually, it's so true because this is my first con with masks. We can't tell any expression right now.
Just pretend everyone's happy.
Okay.
Pretend.
All right.
You just have to watch the eyes, right? You just have to see expressive eyes.
So does anyone else do this? So when I see people, I smile with my mask, but I forget that I'm wearing a mask, so it just looks like I'm creepy staring. I'm just like, I don't know, oh, you can't see my mouth going like this. So I'm just staring at someone going, instead of like nodding or giving a hand.
See, I exaggerate, I make the smile bigger, so I know that my eyes are
so it comes out here?
Yeah, so it comes out the sides,
like the
so that you
Joker.
can really see it.
Or you have to get the mask with the smile on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've even seen people with masks of their face printed on it, or I think it's their face because it just matches perfectly.
You know,
that's kind of creepy.
I had Chelsea's face on my mask. That's really creepy. Chelsea got buff.
Just dimples and.
Already the rails off of them.
Right. So, what do we want to talk about?
What do we want to talk about? Yeah. What do we want to talk about?
What are we here?
What are we here for? We've got 20 minutes to talk about. Well, we could talk about the 100. We could talk about anything really.
Well, because I'm in Germany,
we could talk about your German skills.
No,
we could have a German lesson.
My Deutsch is fantastisch.
You speak German like a French person.
I know. When I'm in Germany or outside America, I like to talk about America. That's always fun. Because when I'm in America, you can't talk about it because they're so sensitive. But now I'm in Germany, I can go America. If you ever think Germany is bad, go live in America. They are crazy. They have got no idea what's going on. They have children running the country. It's hilarious. It's so bad. It's so upsetting. So it's good to come to Germany where we have lots of grown-ups, adults, people that care about each other and don't just pretend, so...
Well, I think some of them do just pretend.
Well, I mean, there's always that around in the world, but no, it's great to be here. Like I say, it's travel and Comic-Cons are something that I did miss during the pandemic, the early pandemic. We're still in it.
Yes.
So this is my first con since the pandemic.
Your first?
Yeah. How many? You've done one?
I've done 63.
Since the pandemic?
This week.
Not just you talking to yourself in the mirror. How many cons have you done?
I talk to myself in the mirror every day.
I'm good enough.
I'm the only one
smart
that
enough.
listens.
Yes. I was wondering if anyone would get that reference. Yeah. And doggone it, people
like me.
Okay,
that's
how
my
many
daily
cons have you
affirmation.
done?
I've done 2. This is my second.
Nice.
Are you going to ask her to marry you?
I already did. She said no.
Oh, that's been bugging me. Thank you so much.
What a guy.
What a guy.
What a guy.
I actually want to change those into bar laces. I've just been too busy. So, if you haven't heard, the airline lost my baggage, so...
I wasn't going to bring it up, but I'm glad that you did.
Why are you dressed
I know she's dressed like a hobo.
Yeah. Airline lost my baggage. I actually had to borrow a bra from a girlfriend who's here.
It's from me. She's wearing my bra.
It doesn't even fit me, so I tightened it a lot. Now my boobs look extra big. So,
nice.
Thank you, Pauline, and you're welcome.
I'm not wearing a bra today.
Nice. So when is it expected to come?
They don't know. Maybe today, maybe never. Usually, as you may know, I'm bumping the music, but at least Ricky's got a speaker today.
Yeah, so Ricky's got a speaker. We were jamming to Eminem
We were jamming earlier to some Eminem, some Rihanna.
I want to see Ricky dance. Did you guys know that Ricky was on Dancing with the Stars? That's a big deal. You didn't know, but you look impressed.
Let's talk about Chelsea turning up dressed as Ricky tomorrow. I'm gonna loan Chelsea clothes tomorrow because she's been wearing this for 7 days. So tomorrow, Chelsea's gonna come dressed as me.
Okay, if only I had that suave.
No, like seriously.
Yeah,
If nothing turns up, I will bring clothes, and you can just dress as me.
Agreed. Can I have your watch?
Of course you can. Duty free on the way here.
Oh, nice. So how are you guys? We've survived the craziest time in our personal history. And now we're here.
We're not out of it yet.
Oh, we're at a con.
Don't jinx us.
No, but we are at a con. This is amazing. For a long time, I was alone at home, also in my pajamas. Yeah.
So, just like I said before, if you have a question about anything, because we're like, nothing is off limits now. We're just like,
if you want to talk about my mom, we can talk about my mom.
How is your mom doing?
She's good. She misses you. She says you never text anymore.
You know,
he's a good cuddler.
I am a good cuddler, but I'm terrible with texting and phoning people's moms. I will admit that. I am pretty bad about that.
Let me ask, do you have a question?
I want to know, well, I do kind of want to know, like when you guys run into each other at a show like this, do you talk shop or do you just talk like just bullshit? Like do you hey, what are you working on? Do you remember this and this? Do you remember this, assistant AD,
No, not
you
shop.
just...
We talk
Do
like...
you? We talk about sex.
Let's talk about sex, baby.
Food.
Let's talk about you and
All the
me.
important stuff, sex, food, and football.
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Ice hockey?
Just food.
Yeah.
Just food.
A little bit of
No, I don't talk shop because you talked shop, you did shop.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know more about what you've been up to.
Personal stuff.
How have you been? Obviously, post the start of the pandemic. Now your question is, are you okay? Is your family okay? Whereas before it would be kind of like, what are you up to?
When's the last time you saw each other?
Where were we? It was somewhere foreign.
My most prominent memory is, this was not the last, but in Paris, did you know that Ricky eats dessert before dinner, always? And we were at a very, very fancy restaurant, and everyone was ordering escargot, and Ricky's like, I'll have the chocolate cake, or whatever it was.
Listen, if you go to a restaurant, you want the good stuff first. So dessert first, then bring me my steak.
Yeah, except then I'm sitting there and I'm eating my flan or whatever, and now you're eating escargot and it smells like snails while I'm trying to eat my apple tart. That sounded like the dirtiest sentence ever.
That sounds like a you problem. They're just jealous that I'm eating chocolate cake while they have crackers.
Yeah. I'll have the salad.
Okay, guys, for real, someone has to have a question. You rock. Let's
There we go. The Black Widow.
Of course. I was just wondering, I watched the 100s till season 7, or like in the middle of season 7.
There were 7 seasons?
Yes.
I thought there were just 3.
Yeah, I was asking if you watched the show yourselves, or did you just shoot it?
Did you watch the show?
I did. Well, I was in it because I'm half vain and half...
Guy?
Yeah.
I don't watch it.
Yeah, spoiler alert. I watched it I was always live tweeting, and I actually did watch, so I died in the end of season 5, watched all of season 6, and then season 7 I was like, I don't want to finish it.
What about Monty?
That motherfucker let me go.
He dumped you?
No, he let me die.
Yeah.
He let you die?
Yeah.
Like you on a cliff? He's like Titanic, I'll never let go.
Just kidding.
Okay, so here's what happened. Everyone had to go into a cryogenic sleep, but someone had to stay awake to monitor. So naturally, Harper and Monty chose to stay awake together. They had a baby.
Right. I bet that baby was cute.
Oh my god. I'm sure you guys have seen Shannon Cook look so much like Chris and I. It's crazy. It looks like, even my mother was like, did I lose a child somewhere else?
Wait, did this kid age?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So all of a sudden you see him and he's like 30.
Because the
Why is
last
your kid
season
30?
was like the next generation, wasn't it?
Yes.
Something like that.
So
did everyone have old suits?
No, because everyone was frozen. I got old, I got wrinkly AF, and Christopher was like, Chelsea, I don't want to tell you this, but you look so fucking hot old. He's like, you look better as an old lady than I've ever seen you. So anyway, yes, I watched the season after, but I have this thing where I never want to finish a series. Like, I don't know how Sopranos ends. I don't know how Breaking Bad ends. I just don't want to know. I don't want to know how the 100 ends. Like, I know, but I can't see it.
That's called ADHD.
Yeah, maybe. It's called like a control issue. Like, if I control the narrative, then nothing bad happens. What did 7?
I'm kind of in the middle of it, so, but I know...
So you ruined it?
So I know a lot of stuff that will happen, and I'm not excited about that. But I loved season 6, I have to say that, and like the first 2, I loved them. And but if I think about it, I loved every season. It was in every season there was like a kind of thing that was different from the season before, and so I loved it. But I always thought it is funny that in every season the world's gonna die or everyone's gonna die, and every time they get around that and get a solution. I like that a lot.
Well, thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Okay, since no one has questions, I want to...
We've got time for one more if somebody else does.
Fantastic.
There we go. Ooh, it's a guy asking a question. A rarity.
Yeah, nice to meet you. I've got a question for Ricky. You look a good man. How many times do you go to the gym?
When I'm filming, so like when I was in the 100, I was a bit smaller. But American Gods, I had to get really big. I was 20 pounds heavier than I am now, and so for that, I had to go to the gym twice a day. But when I'm not filming, I let myself go. I have a big belly and I got flat, and I'll train maybe 4 or 5 times a week. 4 or 5 times a week, heavy weights. I don't do cardio, the treadmill, because I shrink too much. I lose too much weight, so I stick to weights. But anytime I'm filming, I'm usually very miserable and depressed because I'm on a diet and I have to train every day. And when you're filming, sometimes you film 18 hours a day, but then I have to also train. So I'm filming for 18 hours, then I have to train for an hour, and then I have to learn my lines. So at American Gods, they built me a gym at the studio so that I could train in my lunch hour. So I didn't have lunch, I would just train during my lunch hour, shower, go back to set, and eat during scenes all the time. But yeah, so when I'm filming, every day. When I'm not filming, maybe 4 times a week. This week, none at all. Lots of German chocolate.
See, now I'm feeling emasculated, and I'm thinking, like, we need to have a push-up contest right now.
I'll join.
Chelsea will beat your ass.
Did you hear me immediately?
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Let's go.
Right. I want bets.
Hell
Who
no.
thinks
my
Chelsea's
God.
gonna win?
Okay, fine.
I think Chelsea against you. Are you take your jacket up? Woo! Okay, hold on a second. How many do you think you can do? You think you can do 10? No, whoa, get up. Do you think you can do 10? You can't even do 10? How can you be all athletic and not do 10? We're not going to do sit-ups for it. Right, how many do you think you can do? 11,
all right.
Oh, can you do 12?
8.
No. I want to see 12 and I want to see 11.
Ready?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's eyeballing you, Chelsea. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. No. You're so stubborn. 19. Ah, she's done. 20. Good man. Canada loses. Canada lost. But I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed. That's good.
That was nice.
I was impressed.
Well,
That's my first workout since COVID.
well done. All right, now that I'm sufficiently tired, kids, thanks for joining us. Our time is up.
It's been Bahama.
Wait, I want to play a quick 30-second game with Ricky Whittle.
Okay, 30
Well, I
seconds.
bet you do.
I would hope that game would be longer than 30 seconds.
No.
I'm going to play the association game. I'm going to throw a word out. I want to hear what comes to the top of your head immediately.
This could get
Don't
me in
look at
trouble.
me.
All right. Spring.
Flowers.
Mattress.
Sex.
Beans.
Heinz.
Oh, Munsterplatz.
Monsterplatz.
It's my favorite German word.
What does Monsterplatz mean?
I don't even know. What does it mean?
What does Monsterplatz mean?
Munsterplatz. Yes, you guys know.
Is she making up
I see it
German?
on the... When I'm
Is that
driving,
fake
it says
German?
like Ausfahrt, and then like...
See, North America, she's too close. Americans just make up
Okay,
shit.
new word, belly button.
Hairy. It's just, I've only seen yours, I'm just saying.
Ghost.
Patrick Swayze.
Shadow. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you guys.
Right.
We'll see you again later.
Yeah, I just want to say quickly, thank you once again for coming out here. I know it's a very tough time for everyone, but we're doing well. Comic-Cons are the friendliest, most positive places in the world. I said it at every con I go to. Keep coming to the cons, keep looking out for each other, because it's this kind of love and positivity that the rest of the world needs. And then hopefully we'll get through this a lot quicker, and a lot, together. Together is the only way we're going to do this. So keep this love that you have at these Comic-Cons, take them home wherever you go. If I see you tomorrow, Sunday, if not, big love. Thank you very much. I love you all, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Is Supergal English? I don't think so. No. I need my sunglasses and my big belly to do Supergal. So, from this series, Vikings. You can tell I'm excited, right? I'm just flustered. We have 4 amazing cast members. Maud Hirst, Cleve Standen, Gustav Skarsgård, and Alexander Ludwig, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, thank you for coming, guys. Thank you so much.
Namaste. Some business first. Instead of raising your hands for questions, we've got a standing mic here. So when you're ready for the questions, we're going to make a line. We're going to keep, the meter and a half for when you have questions. But other than that, how's everybody doing? Everybody's smiling brightly, like ready to go.
We're just saying how great it is. Like, we haven't all been together for years, so this has been really special. So thank you, everybody, for having us and bringing this family back together. We're really happy about it.
When's the last time everybody saw each other? I mean, because it varies because going in and out of the show.
I mean, we haven't all seen each other at the same time since, whenever people rapped on the show. And I think that's like 5 years ago. We've all met sort of individually at different times because we're all trying to stay in touch, but to get together all of us at once like this, it's a great reunion.
Family reunited.
You have to share.
I was just saying backstage as well, it's only when you leave a show you realise how lucky you are, because we really do all stay in touch. We don't see each other all the time, but there's a bond here. And then you go on to other shows and you can have a great time, but you don't necessarily bond with all of the actors or all of the crew. Because it's not just the actors, we got on with the whole crew. We were one big family over all those years. So it's it was great. We did do that thing during COVID. We got a big Zoom together with I don't know, how it was 30, 40 of us or something, all sorts of directors and everything, and that was really special. And we were very selfish about it. We thought about kind of posting it, but it was actually for us because we hadn't seen each other for so long, and it was nice to have everybody on the screen at the same time.
But see, you're cheating now because you have the Vicast, so you could just talk to anybody whenever you want and make it for the podcast.
It is. No one knows about it. If we're going Vicast, It's a podcast available on all major platforms now. We're going to have everybody from the cast on at some point talking about their experience, and then we have celebrity fans. We're trying to track down Pink right now because Pink's a big fan of the show. Tyson Fury, the boxer, the world heavyweight boxer, is coming on. We've already got some great celebrity surprise guests. And then just people that we consider to be Vikings that are doing some amazing charity work, some amazing stuff, who stand up in the face of adversity, just to spread it out, because it's going to be about what it is to be a Viking. So we want to include everybody. You know, and even in the future, we might include all the other Viking shows as well, because it's more just about Vikings. But right now, you get to hear the real stories that we got up to behind the scenes that we weren't allowed to talk about when we had to do the press for the show.
Well, yeah, because you've got the NDAs that you can't talk about anything. But now the final episode, it aired in the summer, didn't it? Of the series?
Yeah,
I think, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it aired a year ago.
Was it already a year ago? God,
Yeah, I think it was a year.
thing. You don't lose
I think it was a year ago summer.
Yeah, it sort of, no, it ran in, I think it aired like last November, like a year ago.
Okay.
And it bled into sort of like next year, or last year.
In this spring. None of us have any concept of time anymore.
I want to give you this mic. I want to take the standing mic. It's the standing mic.
No longer can you ask any questions.
Oh, here we go.
Wait, it's attached. You're gonna sit on.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my god. Yeah, see? Now you guys lost the chance. You could have used the microphone to ask your own questions.
It's the standing mic. She still can. I'll go back and I'll be the question.
Would you like to ask a question? All right, so who made it to the end?
Is this spoiler? Has everyone seen it?
Has everybody seen it that last? Some are you raising your head, some are you shaking your heads. Can we, because I know, I've seen it. Can we spoil it? Yeah. Cover your ears.
Oh shit, they look really angry if you spoil it. These two women are not happy.
Okay, all right. So you guys are in the front row, so you won't see. So those of you in the middle and the back, raise the number of fingers of people on the stage that have made it to the end. I think I saw it over here. This one, no.
Blue mask.
Technically, no. Technically, yes. Right?
Someone might be MIA though.
That's what I'm saying. Well done. Those of you who know, you know, and those of you who don't, no problem. Also, wie gesagt, soll ich auf Deutsch fragen, ob Sie haben eine Frage zu stellen? Weil jetzt ist eure Möglichkeit. Oh, there's one here. Clive? I'm sorry. Is it Clive or Clive?
Cleave.
I don't know why.
Cleave, like cleaving a sword.
Cliff, your job, you need to get to it. Like, I could have just given him mine.
Hello to everyone.
Hello.
I hope that you had a nice trip to Germany. And yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he wants to film. I have a short question to Alexander. I saw you before, I think 3 years ago, at a castle convention here in Germany. And then I had a small question to you, if you could sing something for us. And then you sang the song Country Roads. And I would like to ask you if you could sing something for everybody here. Again.
It's funny because I thought that you looked very familiar.
You think so?
I did because you came by the booth earlier,
yes,
right?
Of course. Yes.
That was such a cool castle. I don't have anything to sing right now. Gustav's an amazing rapper though, so he can take that one.
I came into it. I really enjoy your new song, Let Me Be Your Whiskey. Maybe you would like to sing a small part of this, maybe?
I swear if I had a guitar I would. I just like...
I think all the girls here would like to hear him sing. Am I right, girls? Are you for this?
Wait, what?
Let me be your whiskey. You can be mine. Spend the whole night with me until the morning light. That's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
He's just gonna crouch there.
Who's next?
Who is next? You need to come up. Ich hab's gesagt, Sie müssen hier vorne kommen.
What's your name?
Don't touch the mic.
Lisa, I have a question for Alexander. Do you sing your song Sunset Down, please?
Guys, I gotta tell you, I am so grateful Germany is such big country fans, really. And I promise you I will come back with the band and we will do it. I can't do it a cappella though. And this is gonna be terrible. Thank you guys. You're amazing.
What is something we can all sing together? Like, what do we all know? Like, is there
If I had a heart, I would.
We could do that.
I don't even know the lyrics.
No, I don't either. If I had a heart, what is it? If I had a heart, I could not feel.
Does anybody have any questions about the show though?
Yes, that would be a nice chance to you know.
I promise you don't want to see us all sit here and sing.
No.
It's just going to be horrible for you all. You deserve better than that.
Apparently they don't, because they all have their phones out ready. Okay, so I want to know. Let's see, what do I want to know? I want to know. Well, I already asked you last time you saw each other. What is, and I already asked who's the last one.
So you never answered that.
Well, they answered it.
They only answered the number.
Yeah, they didn't answer who.
No.
Oh, look it, we have a question. Please. Yep, go ahead.
I'm going to sacrifice myself and ask a question. In Germany, the dubbing business is very big, and we get like everything translated for us. Have you ever watched yourself dubbed in a different language? And how was that feeling of?
It's such a weird experience. It's funny, I always wondered if one day I would meet the guy who dubs my voice. I would love to meet him.
Beat him. You beat him up.
That's not how I sound.
It's a really, really weird experience, but it's awesome. I mean, I don't understand a word they're saying, but I would imagine they're doing a pretty good job. I mean, if you guys all watch the show in German, I'm assuming, or a lot of you probably do. So
I know that Spanish Rollo's got a really sexy voice. He makes me sound really sexy. I feel like Fabio. Especially when I become the Duke, he's like Fabio. It's real drool.
I feel like the English Rollo has a sexy voice.
Okay.
Right? You would agree, right? Like 3 people agree. Gustav, do you do your own synchron in Swedish or not?
No, we don't dub in Sweden.
Nice.
We subtitle.
Nice.
It's a great way to learn English. I strongly recommend it.
Show just you could watch the show over and over and then in English.
Okay.
So the learning effect.
Okay, that's how you do it.
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah, that's basically how I learn most
Okay,
of my
cool.
English.
That's good for us. You watching the show over and over is great.
I've got a question though. How do they do when we speak in Anglo-Saxon and when we speak in Old Norse? How do they keep our voices when we do the translation, or does the dubbing artist have to speak Old Norse?
I think they do. They redo the lines.
Yes.
By the way, this is such a thing I love about the show. The scenes where you speak
Old
the Old English and Norwegian.
Old Norse.
It's the first line I have. I can never forget that one.
That is such a creative way to portray this language barrier between the two. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Did you have a lot of dialect coaching beforehand?
Yeah, we have a guy called Paul Mussolidis, who was a dialect coach for us. Well, actually, at the beginning, they came to you, didn't they? At the beginning, they were like, we went with more of a Swedish accent, and then they came back and said Americans probably won't understand our accents, and we had to come up with a kind of amalgamation of different sounds to make our own accent. But Paul worked with us on the Old Norse and the Anglo-Saxon, and they did lots of research on the old Franconian, because it hadn't been spoken for hundreds of years, and they had to have these historians come and talk to Michael Hurst, our showrunner, about how it actually should be spoken, which was really exciting, especially for Paul, who's geeks out over all of his dialects. He was getting to teach us something no one had spoken for hundreds of years, which was great.
Good question, thank you. So we're going to clean the microphone, disinfect it to protect you. Lassen Sie die Maske an, ja. Danke.
Hello. First of all, I want to tell you guys Vikings is the very best show I've ever seen. And
Don't look at me, look at them. I wasn't on
I've
it.
seen so many shows, but each and every one of you did such a great job, really. Like, I don't even have enough words to explain how much it was an impact on my life. It had an impact on my life. But my question is, so thank you, first of all.
Thank you so much. That means the world, really. Thank you.
Thank you. My question for you is, if you had the chance to play a different role in the show Vikings, what would you, who would you choose?
Maud, why don't you take that away first?
I think I don't necessarily want to play one person, but I'd love to have been a warrior for a day and got on like horseback and done some fighting.
I always thought one of the most, like, I mean, the performances, I think, of what they all did is just amazing. Like, just getting to, I got very lucky because I got to hop onto the show in the second season, you know, and it's very, I can only imagine just like, when you start a show like that with accents like that, I mean, it's just like, it's a huge risk you take, and I was really lucky to be able to dodge that. But in terms of like a character that really always fascinated me, I thought one of the most interesting, especially the way it was written, was Ivar the Boneless. I always thought that character, because we don't really know, as I understand it, and Gustav might know a little bit more about, we didn't really know a lot about that character in terms of like, was he crippled, or did he just not have a heart? Like, was he just an evil human being? There was all these different ways that Michael was thinking of portraying this character, but I love the contrast. Like it's such a paradox. Yeah, a crippled Viking. What would it be like to be crippled in those day and age? In that day and age. So to me, that was always a fascinating character. Again, I think that now seeing the show and seeing what every actor did with it, like I could never imagine another character playing that, but I was always fascinated by that character. So yeah, I thought that was interesting.
I think Rollo is a really good role. But honestly, I think it's a good role because he's so conflicted, and the jealousy of the brother and the love for the same woman, and all. Like, there's a lot going on with that character, so it always fascinated me.
There's nothing more boring as an actor to play a caricature. You know, you never want to play so he's good, so he's always got to be good, or he's bad, so he's always got to be bad. One thing that I loved about the show that all the actors did, in any role, no matter what size, I felt that everybody found their own way to make the characters interesting and flawed. And you know, at one point you're on this guy's side, and then you're like, whoa, I don't like that, I'm gonna go over here, and then, oh, but I understand why he's like that. And it's just, you know, I love that about the show.
And I'd say, I mean, the way I think about things is I went through this journey, and I don't regret a day on Vikings, but I played the Viking. So if I had to choose a character, because I'm a big history buff, I'd want to go on the other side. So it was nothing to do with the characters. If I was to play another character, I think the first thing I think of is Athelwulf, because I'd like to be a Saxon and go on that journey, because it's a completely different side of the coin. And I think he's another multifaceted, multi-layered character. I'd like to be Athelwulf. I would like
the show is called Vikings. You can do a show called Saxons.
That's why Rollo left, because he ended up being, it wasn't until Francia.
Yeah, bad mistake.
But William the Conqueror, he'd be a great character. He was only a little kid.
Thank you. I would like to say something to Alexander Ludwig.
He's not going to sing a song.
No. But even if you're good at this, but no, not a song. I just wanted to tell you that I really, really loved your performance during the final battle. It was epic. It was
thank you so
epic,
much.
epic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're so sweet, really. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Agree.
So we're gonna
has to sing now.
Adjust the microphone. I thought she was gonna say she really enjoyed the final battle in Hunger Games. I was waiting for that. It's like, I really loved you in Hunger Games. I wouldn't have killed you. Go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much for being here and coming here during a pandemic.
Thank you for coming.
I really appreciate it.
My question is, if you had the world in your hands for 5 minutes, what would you choose? What would you do or change and why?
If you had the what?
If you had the what?
If you had the world in your hands.
The world?
The world.
For 5 minutes.
Fucking empathy. I would just want the whole world to start empathizing more. I feel like right now we're in a weird time on our planet where there's no understanding, not anywhere close to what it used to be. You know, it's if you're on one side, you're on that side. The other side must be bad. And I just think that this whole world right now just needs to try to put themselves in somebody else's shoes and try to figure out, this is why you love this show. The reason you love Vikings is that for so long you were told Vikings were these people from the middle of nowhere who came in and raped and pillaged, and they did all of that. They did. But there was also a reason for it, and when you start realizing about the culture and how they were, it's fascinating, and that's why you fall in love with it, because it's new. It's the same in our world. I feel like right now, there are so many different facets of life where people are arguing and fighting, but without trying to understand why somebody thinks the way they are. Mother Teresa always said, don't invite me to an anti-war party, invite me to a pro-peace party. And I couldn't agree with that more. You know, I feel like we are just missing empathy, and I miss that in the world. And I think that through entertainment, that's the one great thing, is that we get the experience of showing people other cultures and other sides of life.
Very well said.
I'd probably change the economic system. I'd probably change the economic system. We can't have an economic system that is built on perpetual growth on a planet with finite resources. So I would change the growth imperative to a subjective experience of happiness imperative.
I think I would change, I kind of following on from what Alex was saying, but there is so much disconnection in the world right now. Everyone is in their own little bubbles and we're so separated. So it's all about coming back together and togetherness and meditation so that we know what it feels like to be with ourselves. And when you can be with yourself, then you can be with everybody. And so, yeah, empathy, love, and bringing people back together.
And can I just plug Maud really quickly? Sorry, before you cut. She actually just started this meditation app, and you should follow her on her Instagram because her spiritual journey has been incredible. Sorry?
Energy Rise.
Energy Rise. So if you guys are into meditation and all of that, like Maud, it's really amazing. So please check it out if you get a chance.
I can't add anything. Alex and Gustav, that's exactly what I would like to say if I was just to flip it again. I'm holding it in my hands. I'm holding the world in my hands and wanted to stop it on its axis for a few seconds so everyone can just see what they have and take a moment to see all these little moments that happen all through the day. And I call them little moments of perfection. And we can have as many as we want, of joy and happiness, love, but we have to see them. You know, the stars are there above us every day. If there were any there for one day of the year, we'd all be running out and going, oh my God, we're going to see the stars, but they're there every day. And you're standing next to each other every day, and we're all there. Just take a second and stop. See what you have in front of you.
Thank you. So we're going to clean that real quick. Clean it up real quick. Very nice. Well done. It's like glistening. Hi.
It's a really random question, but what's your favorite dog breed?
What's your favorite what?
Dog breed.
Dog breed. What's your favorite dog?
Bernese mountain dog. Berner Sennen. You know?
Nice.
I have an Australian Shepherd, and it'd be disloyal to him to choose another breed. He's my fave. So yeah, a little miniature Australian Shepherd.
This is going to be an unpopular choice, but I'm not really a dog person. I like them, but I'm going to just say cats.
I have a miniature wiener dog. Best thing in the world. I never thought I'd get a small dog. I'll never go back.
You have a miniature wiener?
And a miniature wiener dog.
Oh.
Thank you. Oh. Noch was? Nicht mehr? You don't have any other question? Oh, here we go. There we go. Yes.
Hi guys, thank you for being here.
There you go, closer to the mic.
Hi guys, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
My question would be like, when did you realize that Vikings was something special? What was the moment you thought to yourself, like, okay, I think I'm on a show that will touch people, that will go worldwide?
I would say it wasn't until the first season aired, you know, when we got starting to get feedback, and even then we couldn't know how much it was going to grow, because you never know. You set out to do something, you know, maybe 10 people will watch it, and you never know. You're always doubting the creative process, and you're all trying your best to build something special. But even like after that first season had aired, and you started to get the feedback, I was like, okay, this, and it got picked up for a second season. I was like, okay, we might be onto something here. But then it just kept growing exponentially. So that the fact that it would, you know, become one of the biggest, most popular shows on the planet, I never saw that coming.
I remember, for me, I was in the minibus on the way back from work with Gustav. I don't know if you remember this, but I remember it was like the first couple of scripts had come through, and they were weird. For what had come before it, I mean, Michael Hurst had written The Tudors, which is very different to Vikings, and Gustav and ourselves, we were talking, and we loved them. We loved these scripts. We were like, is anyone else going to love them? And it was a big moment for me, because this is what's happened, is if you like something, there will be hundreds and hundreds of other people who think in the same way as you, and they'll like it, just because no one's made it before, just because no one's tried it. And we had a director, Johan Renck, who really pushed the TV drama, you know, just because you'd seen guys running into battle and screaming and shouting before in a movie, that's not necessarily how you have to film a battle scene. Just because Mary, Queen of Scots, you see people getting beheaded, doesn't mean the Vikings have to be beheaded that way. He kept us on trail to make something original, but it was only when, again, like Gustav said, we finished season 1, but I remember being at Comic-Con in San Diego, and we were backstage, and we didn't really know if anyone was going to turn up in our hall. And then when we got brought in behind the curtain, we could hear, and it was the first 3 front rows were dressed as Vikings, slamming their shields and with horns. We were like, oh, people are watching this show. It's amazing.
Cool, thank you. We've got time for one last question. We're going to make sure it's super clean. Okay. I love how it shines.
Nice to meet you. My question is, what was the funniest moment on set for you?
What was the funniest moment on set?
Well, I think the funniest moment was, you know, Travis was always like, he's always pulling pranks and stuff. And the funniest moment was when Alexander got back at Travis by locking him into a porta potty. Do you know what that is? That's where you go to the toilet, like this portable toilet, right? He locked him in there and flipped it over with Travis inside. That was my favorite moment. I mean, apart from all the lovely scenes we had and all that stuff, but that was it.
Thought you got one? Can't top that.
I forgot about that. It's really fun. I was thinking about I just loved it when I remember the pranks. This was Travis's pranks when he put George Blackton's phone on the roof, about a roof just like this in our studio. He waited until the last minute when they have a cherry picker, a big crane that goes up and down the studio. He waited until the guy was going to go home for the day to put George Blackton, Athelstan's phone on the roof, and then the guy went home so no one could get it. And I remember George running around, and we're all waiting to get in the minibus going, come on George, we gotta go. And he's like, I can't find my phone. And then Travis just pressed call, and it went, and it was just flashing on the roof, taped to the roof, and I think he'd get it until the morning. But that was the first thing that came in my head. There was so many.
Well, thank you for the question. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you guys for taking the time to chat with us today. Enjoy the rest of your show, and hopefully we'll see you again real soon.
Thank you guys so much.
You guys
are amazing. Thank you.
Not least, Mr. Christopher Lloyd, ladies and gentlemen. Have a seat. Yeah, have a seat. Good to see you. How you feeling? You feel good?
Feel good, yeah.
Good. Like always, if you have a question, raise your hand. Now is the chance to ask it. There's already one here in the front, and Jennifer, sorry, I'll get it right. Jennifer will hear right here in the front. Go ahead.
Hi, Christopher. My wife is sitting here, and she's a really big, huge fan of you, and she's waiting for you. And I want to ask you if you can hug her.
I don't know. I don't think we can do hugs in pandemic. No.
Okay.
She wants to know if she can get a hug, but I think in the pandemic it's not the best idea. No. I'm sorry. Do we have a question here? Yeah, here's in the middle. Here's a question with the little Ewok baby.
Yes, hello, so Lloyd. It's good to see you again. We were the last time here when you were on Comic-Con.
Make sure to keep talking in the microphone.
Yeah, at this time I was still pregnant with him, and yeah, Papa. And I would really like to know if you could write back in time, to which area or period you would go back, and what would you change?
Let's see. Where would I go back? I don't know. I guess sometime during the Roman Empire, in Rome, with all that architecture, the amphitheater, the games, and there's so many places. I wouldn't mind going back in my own time and seeing. I'd like to go in the future to see how the challenge of climate change, how it's taken care of in time. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good. There was another question, I think, in the back? No. Yeah, there we go, to the left. She'll bring the mic to you, yeah.
Hi, I want to ask you for your opinion about Rick and Morty, because Rick and Morty is just like imitation from Back to the Future. So what's your opinion about Rick and Morty? Thank you.
What do you think of Rick and Morty?
I think Rick and Morty is great. And there's rumors that maybe they'll combine Rick and Morty and Doc and Marty in the same film or whatever. I think that would be a lot of fun. I don't know how they're going to do it, but it'd be cool.
You shot a promo for Rick and Morty, didn't you?
Yeah.
Where you were
some time ago.
Yeah, that was great. Have you seen it? Where he played Rick? Have you seen it? Hast du gesehen, wann er hat gedreht Rick von Rick and Morty? Der hat eine Werbung gemacht.
Oh no.
Nein?
No, I don't.
Du musst das suchen.
Okay.
Der hat Rick gedreht. I had to explain to her that you played it. She hadn't seen it. There was another question, I think, in the back, in the white sweatshirt. Somebody waved? No? Yes, there. Or he's just giving a thumbs up. You don't have a question. He just wants to give you a thumbs up.
Hallo?
Yes, go ahead.
Zurück in die Zukunft 4?
Say again?
Zurück in die Zukunft 4.
Of English?
Sorry, man.
He wants to know if there's going to be a Back to the Future 4.
It doesn't look like it, unless somebody comes up with a brilliant idea. I think Rick and Morty and Doc and Marty could make a good kind of Back to the Future 4. But there are no plans. No plans.
Something on the right side? Did I see somebody over on the right? No? Yes? No? I always like to hear the story about Uncle Fester, about getting the role as Uncle Fester.
Oh, do they understand?
I think so, yeah. Most of them understand.
Yeah, when I was a kid, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, there was a magazine that had Charles Addams cartoons with the Addams family. And my favorite character was Uncle Fester when I was about that big. So years later, they called me up to be Uncle Fester in the film. And it was like a dream come true. I loved it. What are the odds of that happening all day?
Did you have a question here to the left? Oh, there's one in the back. Sometimes I see hands and sometimes I think people are just waving at each other.
Hello?
Hello.
My question is, if the budget and the technology was enough, would you play Mr. Rick and Morty? I mean, would you play Rick on live action? Would you audition for it even now, if the technology and the budget was enough?
Would you play Rick in real life? And if a real live Rick and Morty show was there, would you play Rick?
Yeah, that'd be kind of fun to be in real life, and then Doc also.
Yes.
In real life. Or maybe Doc would be in animation. You know?
That would be cool.
We'll see. We'll see.
Can you belch on command like Rick? Can you burp on command like Rick does?
Do I get the part?
Well done. Oh, there's Rick and Morty over there. No, they're not Rick and Morty. No, it's Pokemon. It's Pokemon. I'm sorry. It's not Rick and Morty. It's Pokemon. I was distracted. Rick and different Morty. Okay. Very cool. Any other questions for Christopher? Guys, this is the chance to ask the questions. Let's go. There's one here. Oh, there's one in the back too. Now all of a sudden everybody's ready to ask questions.
Hi there. I had a question about the Dream Team. How did you prepare for that role?
How did you prepare for the Dream Team?
Well, what?
The Dream Team.
Oh, I just studied the part. I mean, here's a guy who pretends to be a doctor, and he's a little bit crazy. No, he's not all there. That's why he's there. You know, I don't know what else to say. Thank you.
One here in the front, one here there, and then also one here to my left, your right. Here to the right.
Hi, Christopher. It's nice that you can see you here live. My question is, are you in contact with Michael, and how is he?
He's actually given the Parkinson's of his, to dealing with that. He's very well. He has a great spirit, a great sense of humor, a great perspective on his condition and life, and it's wonderful. I so admire his courage and his determination to keep going and doing what he does. I love him. He's great.
Thank you. Here in the brown jacket, in the front.
Hello, Christopher. I just wanted to ask, what was your first thought when you read the script of Back to the Future?
What was your first thought when you read the script for Back to the Future?
I wasn't that excited about it. In fact, I kind of put it in the wastepaper basket because I had other things I was doing, and I didn't really get it. And then a friend that was with me said that I never did that. I never discarded a script until I checked it out. So I had a meeting with Bob Zemeckis, and that was that. That was that.
Good call. One of the Ghostbusters has a question. She's going to ask you who you're going to call, yeah?
Hi.
Hi.
My question is, making movies brings together so many people, and my question is, did you make friends with some, or are you still friends with some?
Are you friends with some of your fellow castmates from over the years?
James Tolkien, what was his line? Slacker, you know, and Michael, of course, and Leah Thompson, and Tom Wilson. Yeah, we all get together when we can. We've continued to be together. Yeah.
Thank you. It's people. Oh, there's one in the back. Oh, two on the right here. One on the middle, one on the right.
Hi, Christopher. I have one question. No, two. Do you have a flux compensator at home?
Do you have a flux capacitor at home?
No, I don't. But I know. I have a shirt. But I have friends who have their kids, they own flux capacitor. So they're around.
And the second one, do you like Swiss chocolate?
Do you like Swiss chocolate?
What, like what?
Do you like Swiss chocolate?
Yeah. Always.
I would love to bring you some tomorrow. We have a photo shoot.
All right.
Is this allowed?
You cannot give gifts during the photo shoot, but you can. We'll find a way, I think.
All right.
I think
bring you.
We'll figure out a way. Yes.
Okay.
A question on the right. This will be our last question then.
Yeah. Hi. I have a question. What's your favorite role you played till now?
From One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Do you see, Taylor? It was my first film. I was a film with Jack Nicholson, who I idolized. A great cast, a great script. Milos Forman directing. But mostly it was, I'd worked so long to be in a film. And so One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest came, it was my first film, and it meant a lot in many ways. So it's, yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you for taking the time to chat with us today.
Oh, I'm
We're here.
Here we go.
Oh, look at
Wow.
It's like a mirror.
Thank you all for being here.
Enjoy your evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Christopher Lloyd, ladies and gentlemen.
How are you this morning? We've got some great guests for our first panel today from a little show you might know called Pretty Little Liars. Sasha Peterson, Hugh Collins, and Ian Harding, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning.
How are we doing?
How's everybody doing? So, just like the whole weekend, if you have a question for the gang, I see there's already a queue over on the left side by Jennifer. Just head on over to our left, your right, and you can ask questions. Because I have the three of you here, I want to check and make sure I have my facts straight. So I have like weird trivia from each of, well, I don't know if it's weird or not, but Sasha, your parents were acrobats, is that right?
Kind of.
Okay.
So they were professional dancers.
Okay,
they
good.
were a specialty act. So at the time, they did a lot of. You're talking about the microphone condom. Are we supposed to take it off?
No, we're supposed to leave it on.
We're supposed to keep it on. Keep it wrapped. They did a lot of training.
You're gonna get pregnant if you don't think that over.
It's a good start, right? They did a lot of tricks. So they did a lot of lifts and tricks. They did a lot of...
I'm sorry, you just said tricks and we were talking about sex.
I mean, that's how I came into this world. I don't know why, let's be honest. They did a lot of really cool things that most dancers now just know how to do. So it's more common now, but you know, back then, making them sound well. Back then, it was a specialty, and so they got hired to do their specialty.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so yes
so
and no.
Kind of.
Yes and no.
Wait, but like in German, it's yeah.
It's an exaggerated truth, and they will like that.
They probably could do acrobatics if they tried.
I mean, they basically.
Don't diminish their potential.
No, it's true. They basically do. I mean, my dad likes to say that he threw my mom around for a living. It's fair. It's a fair point.
Okay. Hugh, you played for the St. Louis Rams for like 10 minutes.
Yes. That's actually, yes, that's accurate. Yes.
Really?
Yes. St. Louis Rams, for anyone who doesn't know, because you probably don't all follow American football, in fact, probably none of you do, are an American football team. I played rugby professionally when I left high school.
You were on the U19 team, weren't you?
Second.
You were on the U19 team for Wales.
Yes, exactly right. Very good with your facts.
See?
And then, very long story, diminished into a sentence. I ended up playing American football and got an NFL agent and was attached to the St. Louis Rams, and it's the whole thing. As a kicker, and if anyone does watch American football, you realize it's very unimpressive. I could just kick a ball far. This is not impressive at all. It's pretty much the least athletic thing you could do in American football. But as soccer fans or football fans, which I'm sure many of you are, it is actually quite impressive. So yeah.
Except that position, if you mess up, like you can win or lose a game.
Like back home, did people hate you or love you for playing American football?
I think they thought I was a bit of a sellout, if I'm honest. But they still do, so it's okay. He's an actor. Like, he's definitely a sellout. So yeah, but yeah, that's a true story.
I grew up on rugby, and now I really love rugby.
And your parents love rugby? Rugby is impressive. Rugby is really super impressive.
Rugby is very impressive.
Which is why I stopped playing it quickly, because they realized it was just not easy.
Because nobody wants.
It was really hard. It was brutal. I mean, really, just awful. Yeah. So anyway, so I went and just ran around, kicked balls and stuff. It was great. What's Ian's fact?
Oh, Ian's, you're gonna love that. Well, they probably already know it. You were born in Germany.
I was, yeah.
I didn't know that.
I was born in Heidelberg.
Who's from Heidelberg? Anybody?
Yeah, literally. I saw one hand. Heidelberg didn't show up for their prodigal son. That's fun. Yeah, no, I was, and we lived there for about 3 years, and then went back to the States. But I have like a bunch of very random memories about it. There was this thing that I loved to get, and I think apparently I was a cute baby, or I also I had a large head, and so I think people, or at least the German folks, thought there might be something a little off with me, and so
they were right.
Yeah, which was accurate. You're very astute as people. They basically, I would get this thing called spaghetti ice. Yeah. They would send that to me all the time. So whenever I think of Heidelberg, or even like walking around like another German city, and I see a place that has spaghetti ice, like I have this weird sort of reaction to it.
What is spaghetti? I don't know what spaghetti ice is. What is
it's basically ice cream that's been I guess pushed down.
Like Play-Doh, like one of those Play-Doh machines.
Exactly.
And they sent this to you because your head was big.
They were like, well, we need this child. Something.
He was like the kid with the helmet.
Yeah. Oh really? Yeah. Did people in Heidelberg? Are you known? Did they have like a monthly kind of thing where people could come and like touch your head?
And there was, and then I also think my parents just looked exhausted because I basically have had this depth of voice from the uterus, basically. Like I came out and I was like, where am I? And they're like, oh my God, So I think people were like, we don't know if we should fear him. Like, is he some sort of evil genius? I don't know how we went from like, you were born in Heidelberg to like,
I'm a demigod.
Yeah. Well, I guess that would be appropriate here at like Comic-Con, Final Fantasy, and the evil villains and whatnot. But yeah, to answer your question from 40 minutes ago, yeah, I was born here.
And
I could have just said that.
Thank you.
Have you, actually, this is a question for you, which is just, I don't know if this ever happens at Comic-Con, thing. Have you had people up here when you, like, let's say, oh, you were born in Germany, and they go, yeah.
Oh yeah, I have that all the time.
And then just silence. That happens often.
We don't end up talking about that massive head.
Yeah, that's true. We don't talk about spaghetti ice, a huge rating.
Talking in us conversations. Which
yeah.
you're very well.
I mean, round of applause for these great facts. I feel like, I mean, they're very well done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well researched.
But it's only like 2.5 right, so.
Well researched.
Yeah, I think you did very good.
Thank you, I appreciate it. But, more importantly, we've got some people over on the side that have been dying for the last 90 minutes.
It's a much less intimidating question. Well, now with the spotlight, it's actually more intimidating. But
no pressure.
Yesterday, the microphone was like right here in the other stage, like right now. It was like, oh, intimidating.
Pressure.
Hello, first of all.
Hello.
Since we just talked about Germany and you are in Germany right now, I wanted to ask you if you can speak some words in German.
Oh yikes, this is about to be so offensive and embarrassing. I usually stick with the basics, like ich liebe dich, wie heißt du? I get this wrong. Actually, this morning, I was trying to, and this happens a lot, where I try to speak with a native speaker just a little bit, or at least to try, and it usually goes pretty horribly wrong. And like I was chatting with somebody at her hotel, and she, said like, oh, and what's the room number? And I was like very proud, and I said a room number, and I think she charged somebody else because I didn't get it right. And she was like, and this is, and like as I was leaving, she was, like, they're like, have a good day, Mr. Smith. Something. I was like, oh, like this. But I didn't want to correct her because I didn't want to look like an idiot, because I can't count, which feels like when you take German, like you learn how to count,
But to be fair, the numbers are backwards, so it's not 23, it's 3 and 20.
Yeah. High and fancy.
But it actually makes sense if you just can figure it out, the thing I do love about the German language is just, especially for these towns, like I forget where I was years ago, I rented a car and was driving through the country, and you see the signs for certain towns that have like 40-letter, and I just feel so bad, especially when you see there are other towns in this direction that are called like, Hi, or something. It's like three letters, and then the town right above it, it's clear they've made the rest of the sign huge, just for that one town. It's like, but that's about how I'm wrong, and that's, I love it, so.
Well, I will say, we went out to dinner on a Friday night, and Ian, he has a good grasp of German. And really tries to interact with people in German, which is endearing, I think, when you go to foreign countries, unless you go to Paris, and they're like, I hate you. No offense to the Parisians, I love Paris. But he's like, but then when you don't know a word, so he's like, can I have a dirty martini? And they're like, look it up, we're like, yeah, okay. It's like, but it's good. I do commend that he's led the line for us here.
Definitely did. I know basically nothing.
But then something shows up on our table, and we're all kind of like, we didn't order this. But again, to save my ego, like, yeah, we did. You wanted the blood sausage, is what you wanted, so that's what we got. I think it's pasta. I'm like, yeah, this is pasta.
And I won't even try.
It's not.
Not because I don't.
But long answer to your question, but yes, somewhat.
But danke für deine Frage?
Genau.
You have a 4-year-old's vocabulary. Go on.
I would love to learn more though. See, that's the thing. I need to. Because I want to keep coming back to see you guys.
I'm gonna text you.
Okay, so kind of related to her question, I wanted to ask what's your favorite German food is?
Yeah, favorite German food. Currywurst. Ganz gut. This has made me bad, and sorry to the vegetarians here. I'm a big, I try and eat, vegetable forward as much as I can. But when I'm here, Schweinehaxe. Yeah, it's great. And you can tell that it's a good Schweinehaxe when if it's fried and you stab into it and the fat oozes out onto rot or the spätzle sometimes. And you mix it together and then you eat it and then your chest instantly hurts. I don't know how any of you live past the age of 42.
I agree with that.
Unbelievable. Yeah. But it's so good, and then you get a giant, stein of, Weinstefaner or Franz, and I'm like, it's great. That's my favorite. What about you?
I used to eat meat. Now I'm a vegetarian. I used to love a good schnitzel, but now I don't.
I was gonna say
eat anymore. Sorry, learning a new German word. But no, now I don't know. I don't know. Vegetables are just not that exciting. Is there a great vegetable dish in Germany that I'm missing? Maybe there is. Is there one? Do you know? I don't know. Is there a great vegetable dish that
I think German? I'm vegetarian. I never eat out enough to know what.
I feel like Germany is very meat. It's very meat forward. Yeah, it is very burst forward.
Or there's the fun thing that sometimes you will go out and you're like, oh, I'm going to get something vegetarian, and they're like, absolutely, we'll bring you a vegetarian menu, and you get it and there's fish on it, and you're like, yeah, that's vegetarian. You're not eating a cow or a pig.
Pescatarian.
There you go.
I don't think they make a separate pescatarian menu because then
true.
Anyway, apart from schnitzel, what's your favorite German food? Don't disappoint them.
He likes putting me on the spot.
Don't disappoint them.
He's being a jerk. I really don't know. No, honestly. What's silly is that the restaurants we've been to aren't even German the last 2 days.
Well, that's not going to impress them.
I know, and I'm sorry. I apologize. It's
Glühwein.
It's not good.
Oh yeah, Glühwein is a good. Glühwein. You like Glühwein?
I do.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That counts at the Christmas market. Oh no.
You consume it, right?
Made from grapes.
Made from grapes.
That sounds like something that I would thoroughly.
It's one of your 5 a day, right? If you have Glühwein, technically.
I think that counts.
I really do apologize.
Sorry, we'll go out tonight. We'll get her Schweinehaxe, and then she'll cry. Yeah, so I think the consensus is Schweinehaxe. And I just want to keep saying that phrase over and over again. And I might be getting it wrong, but yes. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Sorry we took so long to answer you. Just talking.
What a brave answer.
Sorry for the long-winded answer. Just
I'm Alexa, and my question is, what is your favorite quote from Visualize?
Wait
If it's from your character, that's fine, but it's also... If it's from someone else, that's fine too.
Your name is Alexa.
Yes.
We should all ask you a question.
That's a good point. It's so sweet.
Yeah.
So the favorite.
She's like, I haven't heard that one before.
Never.
That's a good question. I'm gonna start because I know what it is. Just like you, Alice, calm as a bitch. It was such a great line. I love that line.
You just liked.
I love
saying that to me.
It was great. I still say it to her now. I just substitute Alison for Sasha.
I think. Well, I think just because it was such a fun scene to film too. Well, I guess I had 2. The first one is "Did you miss me?" Because it was one of those things that Troyan. She just thought it was so cheesy, but she loved the hair flip that I to do. Very dramatic, but it was a really good line. Immortality, my darlings, that's a big one, but I like the shy on the streets, sexy in the sheets. That's one thing that I said to Emily, and I remember kind of not believing that we were actually going to say that, because it was pretty early on and it seemed really racy.
And you were like 12.
I was, yeah. But I love it. I don't know. Ali had some really good lines.
It's like I don't remember it.
I don't remember them while I'm saying them.
You're still thinking about the German food.
Yeah, I'm still thinking like, yeah, could I put some sort of like berry sauce on the Schweinehaxe later? Or like, does it go well with like a Weiss beer or, you know, like a dark beer? Dunkel?
Did you
Yeah, that's
have
what
like
I'm
a funny pie line?
What's that?
Did you have like a funny pie line?
Well, actually, the thing that immediately came to my mind that I thought was really hilarious was Troyan's line, you know, and there's just Spencer slutting it up, and something like that. And just the way she said it, was really, I thought, hilarious. Or, oh God, I loved when Shay would have to say anything. I loved being present for it.
Well, you also loved the way that she, like, if there was any Canadian accent that came from her out of her.
Oh yeah, whenever Shay was just, you know, her character grew up in Pennsylvania, and then she's like, oh, sorry. I was like, you know.
Gotcha.
There it is.
Gotcha.
So I don't know, that doesn't answer your question. Basically, anything that came out of Shay Mitchell's mouth.
This also doesn't
my
answer
favorite.
your question, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
So,
Hello.
I love reading, so I was wondering, what are your book recommendations?
Onwards.
Yeah. Nice. Well, it's heavily discounted on Amazon right now, so you can probably find it for cheap. Yeah, you know, the silver lining of the pandemic, you got a lot of reading done. So, oh man, yeah, there's a bunch. I just read, it's an older book by an author named Tana French called The Witch Owl. It was really great. Really love like Sally Rooney's books. Oh God, what was the most recent one that I read? I really have a lot of time on my hands. There's tons. Anything by Hugh Collins. Oh, are you out in the
We're just engrossed in
you shouldn't be. I'm literally just listing.
Look at me. Here. Look at her. He's listing everybody.
It depends on, I mean, this could truly become a conversation just between you and I. Are we going to see you at a signing thing later? Because I can give you like a list of 50. and because if I continue now, people are just going to be bored out of their minds. But like, I don't know if I really felt the character was fully lived in, you know. People are like, Jesus, shut up, talk about the show. So yeah, I'll tell you when I see you next. Hopefully that gives you some ideas. Yeah.
I can't wait for those 50 books.
Yeah.
Oh, she's gone. We both just have a book. We just have a normal answer.
There's a book called Burn, and I'm trying to remember the author's name, but it's actually very fascinating because it's about the difference between humans and apes and the way that they burn calories, and they always thought that they were very similar, and they're actually very different. That's the short way of saying it, but it breaks down how your body works in a way that nobody until the last 5 years has figured out, or has realized, yeah. So it's rather fascinating, and he goes to different places in the world. He goes to tribes that are basically untouched and sees the way they test how their bodies work and what they survive on, and really fascinating things. So it's fairly scientific, but the way that he writes is pretty great. Other than that, we were talking about the things that we've read recently. Other than that, I was pregnant and raising a little baby, so
You've been busy?
I've been a little busy.
You've been reading ABC books?
Exactly.
I have a short answer. The Picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde is my favorite book, and if you haven't read it, you should read it. It's amazing. Thanks.
That's a great answer.
Thank you.
I was wondering if you could show me your favorite dance move, because I felt like in Pretty Little Liars there was a lot of dance balls with very little dancing, so I was wondering if you could show me some.
I'm a big chair dancer fan.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with lap dancing, but And I'm a big fan of, like, if I'm at a wedding or something like that, and people are like, it's time to dance, and you look around and the dance floor is still pretty deserted, I'm like, not yet. But you try and like get people in the mood, so you're kind of like you point your foot towards the dance floor. You're kind of like doing this. So it's like, okay, he's thinking about it. He's thinking about going.
You've never sounded more white than this moment right now
just
in
like,
the world.
Or maybe do like a, you know, something like that.
Veil in particular. That's I don't think I've ever done that.
Thank you.
The floss, right? Can you do the floss?
The floss?
The floss is the,
Yeah.
like this,
Yeah, I can barely do it.
How does that work? How do you do the floss? Like this?
One of your, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
No, like,
that was really close, yeah.
You almost had it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No,
I can't.
I appreciate
I did like half a floss.
This isn't about me, but my, also, I'm not white. My husband at weddings.
Very white.
He's very white. He loves to do the word at weddings.
The word?
He's actually very good at it.
In his honor, when you...
No, absolutely not.
Please demonstrate.
No, absolutely not. I literally.
I don't think you would enjoy watching us perform our favorite dance moves. Because, you know, in isolation...
Particularly views, you know.
It is too bright, and there is not enough alcohol.
Do you have, I guess your favorite dance move is the shaky footy at the dance.
Shaky foot. I used to be somewhat good at the worm, but then I turned.
Can one be good or bad at the worm? I mean, is it just?
Yes, you can. You can hit the floor the wrong way, and you are not having children. Like there's, you know, or you shatter your
like
hip.
break your nose, or you.
Oh, really?
That's not great. No.
I really haven't been doing the worm right.
Never done the worm.
No, I haven't done the worm. No, I haven't. It's a great question. I don't have a favorite dance move, and I don't think.
Maybe you dance.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, get down. I'd like to get down.
Yeah, that like.
No one's like, oh, and then you get on there like, oh, don't you just like skip it.
You know, but the guys kind of have it easy because
We do.
at a club you can just literally do this.
In everything we have easy. I text Sasha yesterday before we came and was like, oh, like, what are you wearing? You know, not in like a weird way, like send a pic, like as in like you know, what's like the vibe kind of thing.
Nice.
Because you want to be like, you want to just, you know, kind of all be appropriately like, you don't want one of you to show up one way and the other. We didn't end up actually doing that. And I was like, but for guys, it's so easy. I was like, oh yeah, just like white jeans and a black t-shirt, which is totally acceptable. But then for women, it's like there's a different expectation, and I don't think that's right. Of like, oh, you know, you have to be dressed that way. Put a t-shirt on and some black jeans, and it was like, oh yeah, appropriate. And it's just it's a wild thing, and we could get into a whole conversation about, you know, misogyny and equality and sexuality and stuff. But you know,
I like dressing
No,
up.
and I love that. I also love dressing up too.
I definitely.
But it should be like, oh, because I want to dress up. It's not because everyone's going to be like, oh, what's up with her? She didn't fucking, you know, sorry to swear, but didn't, you know, dress up as I envisioned. It's like, don't really care about your vision, if I'm honest. Anyway, sorry, it doesn't answer the question about the dancing at all, but, you know, we have scratched the surface of an equality debate. So.
Yeah.
Have a good time.
Thank you,
You too.
Well, gang, that was brilliant. That was fun.
I think brilliant is probably a stretch.
That's generous.
But it was a moderately good start to the day. Who's next on here?
The one.
Oh, the one, is it Ricky Winton and Chelsea?
Ricky and Chelsea and
Oh Jesus, that's a disaster. I'm so glad we're not going after them. They have so much fucking energy. I swear to God. Are they behind us?
Way more fun than us. It's a little annoying.
I'm glad we're going before them.
Yeah.
You guys are going to have a great time with them.
I'm
They
just
will show
happy
you
this is
something.
already over. I feel like it's going to be a little longer.
I thought it was just be longer too, but then Ian started to
Right.
Yeah. Whoever asked the dance question, ask that to Ricky and Chelsea.
Could I just have one question, please?
Yeah, for God's sake, here it is.
I haven't seen Hugh for a long time, and he's got a really sexy mustache. And I just know that I'm probably not the only one in this room that wants to know, does it feel that smooth on other lips? You beautiful, beautiful man.
I'm so glad you're here.
And also, did someone say dancing?
Yeah.
The two of you give me a lot of joy.
I genuinely can't tell you how glad I am that you're going after us. I meant that sincerely before I knew you were here.
I like how he's completely avoiding the question.
Coming second, it's fine. You know, you go right ahead.
Listen, your reputation precedes you. I'll give you Molly's number and she can answer the question about the mustache.
I was gonna say his wife, I think. Yeah.
It'll be an interesting conversation.
Are you cheating on me?
I am. I'm sorry, Ricky. This is the moment I'm going to reveal. But what I would say is, it's actually just because I only just hit puberty about 6 months ago, and I'm overcompensating to make sure that people realize that transition has occurred.
You're a beautiful man.
Just so we're clear, his wife is way hotter than he is.
Oh, considerably. Yeah, I'm batting above my averages.
I mean that with love.
Nice to see you, Ricky. Nice to see you, Chelsea. Chelsea was our car mate yesterday. We hadn't met before. And me and Ian talked her ear off about politics, and I bet she was just thinking, for fuck's sake.
Are you asked our names,
why
and I was like, that's the thing about, you know.
We're like, well, hey, what about Trudeau? You know, you're from Canada. And she's like, oh, no. I've had a heavy night, and frankly, these two dicks in the back are just chewing my ear off.
And then I think we asked her really stupid American questions. They're like, Canada, huh? So you like maple syrup? It's like, what?
And poutine, yeah.
You know we were going to be so inappropriate.
Yeah, sorry. We should go. I think
they're here. They're ready to go.
Thank you all.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming.
Next guest, they don't really need an introduction, but it is my job to introduce them. So I need a round of applause for Miss Afshan and Matt! Come on! Welcome to my living room. Hi. Hello. Please make yourself comfortable. It was a long day yesterday and even longer today, so now you have time to chill on the couch with us. So, last day of Comic-Con, how are you feeling?
Tired, I need some coffee, I think at some point.
At some point, coffee?
Yes,
We can arrange that for you, sir, we can do it.
Well, it's immediately post-lunch, and so I've got that kind of post-lunch fatigue.
You got the slump.
I'm feeling, yes. So I need you all to get us up.
Yes. Now the audience is being amazing. This is you on the screen, that is true.
Yes.
Yeah, just a tiny bigger version. So the audience is amazing, and I know they are ready to ask questions. Are you ready to ask questions? Yes.
Questions, please.
So good questions, good spicy, juicy questions, and my lovely assistant is there with the microphone that it was disinfected. So yes, let's go on. First question, shoot.
My question is, who's your favorite Harry Potter character?
Who's our favorite? I mean, I'm not just saying this, but I say it every Comic-Con, but it is Neville. I'm actually not just saying it because Matt's here, but I've mentioned it at every Comic-Con. It is Neville. I just think we've all got a bit of Neville in us, to be honest. And I just think he's had the biggest, I know it sounds really like, but he's had the biggest journey throughout the films, and when we first see him, he's just, or like read about him, he's just the character that we love, and then at the end, he's just the character that we love even more. So for me, and I'm not just saying this because Matt's here, I promise you, I would never, but yeah, Neville is my actual favourite character.
That's amazing.
And also the fact that Matt plays him. Can we have a round of applause for Matt as playing Neville? The perfect Neville, I think, definitely.
Well, that's very kind. I like Neville. I mean, you know, besides the obvious, I don't really know. Really, I always liked the older characters, like the teachers. I really enjoyed Professor Lupin. You know,
it wasn't enough of Lupin, I feel like, in the films. I feel like we should have had more of Lupin.
Agreed, yeah, absolutely, because he's much more involved in the books, and I would have liked to have seen more Lupin in the movies, and I love David Thewlis, and Sirius Black as well, which again, we should have had more of Sirius Black in the movies, and again, Gary Oldman.
Gary Oldman,
incredible.
I was going to say, yeah.
So those two, I always quite enjoyed those characters. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Next question, please.
Hi, I wanted to know what role you originally auditioned for, and I mean, if you auditioned for the roles you ended up with, that's obvious, but if you auditioned for any other roles.
For Harry Potter franchise, yes?
I mean, obviously, I went in for one of the Patel twins. I just didn't know which. I just didn't know which Patel twin I was going for.
Did you have a preference?
I did. I did want to play Parvati because I did want to dance with Harry, but at the end of the day, I'm actually taller than Dan, so they couldn't cast me as Parvati because when we're in the U-Ball and we're dancing, Dan would have to probably wear heels to be dancing with me. So because I was taller than Dan is the reason why I play Padma, and Shafali was a lot shorter than me, so she played Parvati. But yeah, I auditioned for one of the Patel twins, but yeah, that's how I got the role of Padma and not.
But how crazy that this small technical detail just
You should have seen, like, we were the first ones in hair and makeup and the last ones out, just to kind of make us look similar, because honestly, we look nothing alike. She had like big platform shoes just to be the same height as me. That was all my real hair. I had like hair past my bum. She had to have extensions and like a weave put in. And like the little details that you guys didn't see, like beauty spots like marked onto our faces, the same jewelry, like stuff like that. Like they really did try. And then she stopped doing them after the like 5th film, and then they just gave up. But yeah. Yeah. But, yeah.
I think I originally just went for any role at all. I was such a big fan of the books. I just wanted to be involved with the films in some way, shape or form. I didn't really care. I think I said to my mom, I was like, I just want to be in the background. I want to go to Hogwarts. So I didn't really care what role I got, and so I guess, yeah, I went up for everything, and fortunately they asked me to recall and audition again for Neville, which a role of that size, I never in my wildest dreams expected that. So thrilled, you know. But I just wanted to be any part of it. I'd have been Dobby. I'd have been anything. Yeah.
It would be the track for a train.
Literally anything. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Next question, please.
Hello. I really wanted to know, did you take something from the set with you back home? And when yes, what?
That's a tricky question.
We're not allowed to say.
I mean,
if you could, imagine.
I mean, I borrowed some stuff. One day I'll give it back.
Sure.
Okay, yeah.
It's on loan.
It's on loan, yeah.
Was it more costumes or just items?
I just took like the jewelry that I didn't take. Sorry, it just fell into my bag. Like I'll give it back. The jewelry that I used to wear. My sign on my dressing. Our dressing room.
Oh, that's fine. You can have that.
Stuff like that. Yeah, we can have that. They're not going to use that again. They'll just throw that away. And I took a tie.
A tie. A Gryffindor tie?
No, can I tell you actually what happened? Shh, don't look at me like that, like I've done something like... on the last day, there was 2 ties in my dressing room, and they're very strict, by the way. And I was like, why is there 2 ties? Well, we don't need 2 ties.
What, did you think they'd done it on purpose?
As like a gift.
This is for you,
This is for me. So, I said to myself, at the end of the day, if that tie is still there, I'll just borrow it. And I did.
And it's done.
I'm amused that was where your brain, why else could there possibly be 2 ties? It must be for me to take home.
Of course you cannot put it on the neck. 2 ties on the neck.
But nothing like, I wish we could take our wand, but obviously not. Like, then we had one place on set.
Yeah.
What did you take?
I stole quite a bit.
Oh, wow.
Not as much as I would have liked. And I only say that because some of the other guys, Jason Isaacs, would steal everything. And they literally started nailing stuff down to stop him from nicking it. And we were at the studio a couple of weeks ago. We were doing this reunion thing, I don't know if you heard of it. But and everything's now glued down. And me and Tom Felton were like trying to like with our feet up, like just trying to nick shit. But no, I mean I've got Neville's his outfit from the final movie.
See, that's worse than my tie.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah.
You like judged me for my tie.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to justify it with I thought it was a gift. I just straight nicked it.
You just walked out in it.
Did you walk out in it? How can you think it's allowed
No, so this is very...
What's the one with the cardigan? Like,
yeah, it's covered in blood and burns and the whole thing, the trousers, the cardigan, the shirt. So we had like a dresser, to come and to dress us. It's so ridiculous. And he came into my dressing room after we just wrapped on the last day. I won't name names, but he came in and said, "Do you want this?" And I was like, "Can I have it?" He goes, "If you put it in your bag right now, you can have it." And I was like, "Okay." So I just stuffed it in and left. And so yeah, I've got that. I don't know if
that's on eBay.
That's probably
available.
I might have the police at the door next week asking for that back. And just some other bits and bobs that I just picked up, like prop things. I've got my false teeth, which is
cute.
It's kind of revolting, but I've got those.
Just made for you.
Yeah, they don't fit anymore.
Did you stop wearing them?
Yeah, I stopped wearing them.
I remember you wore them on the 4th and 5th.
Yeah, 5th I think I stopped wearing them. Yeah. I used to break them all the time, and they were really expensive. It's terrible.
How did you break
his teeth? I think.
How did you break false teeth?
Because I hated having them in, and so I used to take them out all the time and put them in my pocket, and they would just break. And so they ended up gluing them into my mouth. They would get like the Fixodent, like false teeth glue, because they were so sick of me breaking these teeth that they were like, I mean that's ethical, isn't it? To just glue some teeth into a child's mouth.
That's what you do.
It's fine.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. Next question, please.
Questions here as well.
Hi. I wanted to know how similar you feel to the character you play in the movie, like you as a person.
Oh, me. Well, I mean, when I first started filming, I was Neville. I mean, I was completely similar. I was not cast for my acting ability. I was cast because I was Neville. I mean, I was a little shy kid, and I was bumbling and clumsy and a bit of a oaf. I still am many of those things. Which is also Neville. Really, he became this wonderful hero, but he never really grew out of being a clumsy oaf, which is kind of nice. I like that about it. And I still am. I was just telling the story that I on the plane over, I flew over on Thursday, and we just got on the flight, and I sat down, and there was a businessman next to me, a German businessman, and he was in a full suit, looked very good, very nice, and we both got a drink, a big glass of some alcohol, and we're less than 5 minutes into a 10-hour flight, and I get up to get something, and I knock over both glasses all over him, all over his suit, his trousers, his chair.
Such a Neville thing to do.
I was mortified, and I was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, and everyone's speaking German, and I think they're all talking about me, and I'm so embarrassed, and I was like, oh god, I wish I could speak German, and I hadn't just done that, and so even at 32, I'm still doing dumb, clumsy stuff like that. So, how similar are we? Very, very similar. Yeah.
I don't think I'm similar to my character at all. I mean, obviously she's a twin, I have no sisters. In the books, she's very clever with, she loves Professor Trelawney and stuff. I'm not very, I don't think I'm...
You're not into your horoscopes?
I'm not into my horoscopes, really. I know nothing about... I just know I'm an Aquarius, I don't know much about it.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah. So yeah, I just don't think I'm...
Alright, thank you so much. Next question, please. There in the back.
If you could be any character in any movie, who would you be?
Any character?
Any movie?
That's very broad.
Anything at all?
Yeah.
Would go more superhero, more drama, more comedy. Where are we going with that?
I'd probably want to play Cruella de Vil.
Ooh, Yes, just for the clothes.
Yeah, just for the outfit alone. That being said, I'm really scared of dogs.
Do you hate dogs?
I don't hate them, I'm just
Sounds
scared.
like you do.
No. I'm just scared of dogs. To be honest, I think you influenced me with your wig as well.
Oh, yeah, right here, yeah.
That is true.
No, I'm not. I'm just genuinely, I've got a fear of dogs.
Of dogs?
Yeah.
Why?
Do you remember? So when I was small, when I was young, everyone's gonna hate me now. I got chased by a dog, and I never knew. My mum told me, like, you got chased down the street, and that's just installed in me.
Oh,
So
okay,
now whenever
right,
I see
yeah.
a dog, I just cringe.
Oh, that's awful.
I've got to spend time with a dog.
You need to work on that, because they're the best thing ever.
Yeah, it's true. But yeah, Cruella de Vil, I don't know why I just said that, but yeah, I'll take that.
That's a tough question.
I'll probably think about it and then come up with something better, but for now.
I think...
Batman?
No.
I was thinking that, no?
No. Too many bloody Batmans. I would, one of my things I would always like to do, and I don't want to do it for a long time, I wouldn't want to do lots of episodes and lots of series, but I would love to do, as a guest spot one day, I would love to play a Starfleet captain. That's what I would like to do. I can die very early on, very quickly. But maybe really gloriously crash my ship into another one. But I would like to be a Starfleet captain. That would be cool one day. Yeah.
That would be really cool.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Thank you so much. That was a good question. Next one, please.
Which character do you hate the most?
Hate them?
In anything?
Hate is a very, very heavy word.
It is.
Slightly dislike.
Right, I'll say Umbridge. Yeah, I'll go for it. So I think Imelda Staunton just played her incredible. For me to say that shows what incredible actress she is as well. Yeah.
So you went for an evil character.
I'm not gonna say, I hate Harry Potter.
I was like, Ron? I don't know. Who do I hate? I don't really, I dislike. Who do I dislike?
I just love everybody.
That little annoying
creature.
Yeah.
He's a bit freaky. Yeah, that's a good one.
I didn't like him.
Yeah.
Does he become a good guy at the end?
No.
He stays bad?
Yeah.
Good, I don't like him.
That's a good one.
Guys, we have time for one last juicy question. So let's do maybe the two less juicy ones. We can do one here, and if you could then later move to this side, would be great, okay?
What's your favorite house in Harry Potter?
What's your favorite house in Harry Potter?
Well, my house in real life is Hufflepuff, which is fine.
He says to himself.
No, it's fine. But Gryffindor is the best, isn't it?
No. Wait, Gryffindor for me.
Or I'll say Hufflepuff because it's mine. I have to. Hufflepuff, yeah.
Yes. And for you?
Gryffindor.
Gryffindor, of course. All right, guys. One last juicy question from this section.
Hi. Oh my god. Okay. In which scene would you have wished you could have been more in?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
In which scene in Harry Potter do you wish you could be more in? So more included in any scenes you weren't very in? You know?
Which scene do I wish I could be more in? More, yeah, okay, right, fine. That's actually a really good question.
That's a good question.
Yikes.
I wish, personally, obviously I would never, but I wish I could have been in the Weasley house. I don't know, as Ginny's friend, just go over to the Weasley's house and I just love the Weasley family. And just Miss Weasley to cook me something. But yeah, I love all the scenes with the Weasley family.
All the scenes?
All the scenes with the Weasley family.
My original answer was going to be the Quidditch, but having my brief experience on a broomstick, it's really uncomfortable. So I wouldn't want to be doing that, actually. I've changed my mind. I think I like shooting on location quite a lot. And we did a lot of stuff in the studio, which is great. But I always like the novelty of going out on location to different places. And so in the Deathly Hallows Part 1, when they're kind of on the run and they're going around London and places like that. I would have liked to have been involved in those scenes, so I could have been sort of...
Like Piccadilly and like...
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Or like the night bus scene when he's in Azkaban, where he's going through London, like, I would have quite enjoyed to do those things outside the studio. Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much. Unfortunately, it's the whole time that we have for this panel, but thank you so much for being here with us. You have a lovely fan base, and
we do. We have the best fans.
Absolutely.
You guys to still be here after 20 years or like how many years?
It's wild.
It's wild. Like you guys have. Thank you so much for coming as well and having us as well.
Thank you so much, guys.
And just wait right there because I'm going to get a picture with me and Matt with you guys in the background.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, guys. Yeah, of course.
Auf Wiedersehen!
Thank you. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. Please sit down. And I cannot pronounce your name correctly.
Popplewell.
Popplewell.
That's the one. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. Popplewell.
I mean, I think it's better than my German, so I forgive you.
Better than mine. I don't even speak it. I'm Polish.
Oh, okay. So we're both useless.
I know, right? Thank you again for being here with us on the stage.
Thank you for having me.
And welcome last day of the Comic-Con. How are you feeling?
I think I probably feel pretty similar to everyone here. Excited, a little bit tired, like, you know, there's definitely a Sunday vibe, but there's still lots going on, so it's exciting.
Yeah, it is. That Sunday is always a different day because everybody's a little bit more chill. There is no this nervousness in the air, and they were like, okay, yeah, now we can sit down and chill and talk to our stars, so it's really cool.
It's so funny as well because everyone's costumes have been absolutely amazing, like the cosplay is amazing, but I've seen already some people today coming back in different costumes, and I'm like, I think I know you, but you look different, you've got a different outfit.
But for me it's always so impressive to see how much passion and love and care goes to those costumes. It is incredible.
It's amazing. People look amazing.
I know. I'm so satisfied as well to see that people are actually following the passion to make that costume and actually commit to spend the whole day in that costume, and they look amazing.
Because some of them cannot be very comfortable, I don't think.
No. Did you have any time on the set a costume that you couldn't just wear? It was just uncomfortable so badly.
There are some. Yeah, sometimes. I mean, I would say 70% of the time in your costume you're a little bit uncomfortable because you're too hot, you're too cold, you know, it really depends on where you're filming. Sometimes you have like a stunt rig, so you might have a harness underneath or something that holds a prop in place, and I've done a lot of like period and fantasy work, and so the costumes are always a little bit more complicated. I'm looking forward to the job where I just wear a pair of jeans.
Imagine that, just a whole series that you're in sweatpants.
Yeah, I think I need to find a role in pajamas.
I know, right? That would be perfect.
Those Money Heist jumpsuits look pretty comfortable, actually.
I saw some guys here. Yeah, that was a brilliant move, no? We just had a guy from Money Heist on the stage.
Oh yeah, he's a sweetie.
He is really cool, yeah. But the costumes are very, very comfy. My dear audience, just a side note, if you have any questions to our star, just please raise your hand up and my lovely assistant will join you with the sanitized microphone. Here you go, there's already questions, perfect.
Hi, I was wondering what was the process of being cast as Susan in Narnia?
Oh, can you say, sorry, because I'm close to the speaker, can you say it again? I can't hear the question.
What was the process of you being cast as Susan in Narnia?
Oh, great, thank you. It was a long process. I had done I was sort of already acting before that as a kid, and I just went to an audition, like a, sort of standard audition, and then I kept going back, and they auditioned us together to see if we fit as a family. So we did a couple of auditions like that, and then they were doing some rewrites with the script, so the whole thing took over a year, the casting. So it was a long time, and by that point you think I'm never going to get this role, but I'm glad I did. So yeah, thank you for your question.
I think we're more glad that you did. Thank you so much. Thank you for the question. Next, please.
Hi, my question for you is, are you still in contact with the cast of Narnia?
Yes, I am. So I see Ben Barnes all the time. He's one of my best friends. And then Georgie and Skander and Will, I see lots too. Skander's quite hard to get hold of. He's very busy. But we all got together about, I think it was in August, like late August, early September, something like that, at Georgie's house, and she cooked us lunch. And Will Poulter was there as well. So yeah, we keep in touch. I think we went through such a big experience together that we're bonded forever, really.
Now you're inseparable. It is a kind of a special bond that you get when you play family, and then when you spend so much time on set.
Yeah.
And you go through the same hardships, the same hot days and cold days, and the waiting times, and that you really bond as a team, no?
No, it's very bonding, and I think because it was such an extraordinary project to work on, it was also like, it was quite a crazy adventure, so it was very bonding.
Thank you. There's the next question.
Hi Anna, what's your favorite memory of the filming of the Chronicles of Narnia?
That's a great question, thank you. In terms of actually filming it, I loved working on the battle scenes in Prince Caspian, and then also in the first movie, I think seeing the Narnian snow sets for the first time was really magic. But the thing I've sort of taken away with me is the people, such wonderful people to work with, so that was like a real highlight.
Thank you so much. I read somewhere that you actually kept a journal during the filming.
Yeah.
And then actually it turned out into a book.
Yeah, I think one of the producers realized that I was keeping a journal, and he was like, "Can I publish that?" I was like, "Sure." But yeah, I haven't looked back at that for a while. I'm sure it's like very cringeworthy, but no, it's a nice record.
Monday, I had oatmeal.
I hope it's a little bit more exciting than that. I don't know if I put the oatmeal in there.
Do you remember what you wrote about?
I need to look at it again.
Fair enough. But do you still keep the journals on the sets? Is it something that you still do?
No, I don't, and I should. Because you forget so much, don't you? But now we all have cameras, so I think you prompt those.
Different.
Yeah, you prompt those memories. Yeah.
And then another question: did you keep the journal as Anna, or did you keep a journal as Susan?
Oh no, as Anna. I have no method like that.
But imagine that would be so cool, no?
Yeah, I mean, I think some people do that as part of their process, like character diaries and stuff.
That's a very cool thing to do, no? Thank you so much. Guys, another question? I saw a hand. Yes.
What is your personal favorite Narnia movie?
My favorite Narnia movie? I think The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe, because I'm so fond of that book. But in terms of the books and other stories, I love The Magician's Nephew. I would love to see that on screen. That's my favorite book. But of the existing movies, I think probably The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. Also, at this time of year, I think it always feels like such a festive movie to me. Maybe it's just the snow, maybe it's Father Christmas, but it's nice at Christmas, I think.
It's also a movie that you watch with the family, no? So
Yeah,
I think that's the feeling of it as well. Next question, please. I saw a hand. There in the back. There you go.
Hi, I was wondering if there was like a scene during the filming of Narnia where you thought, oh wow, this is magical, because we all know the movie seems totally magical.
Yeah, lots of times. I think often just the scale of it felt really magical, and I think a moment that I had like that was not during the actual, not on set, but at lunchtime, sometimes on big days when we were shooting, there would be a catering tent, and everyone would be sat at these long tables for lunch, and you'd see a Minotaur next to a fawn, next to someone wearing green lycra, next to an actor, next to a crew member, and that was just looking around a tent full of 200 people like that, or sometimes 500 people like that, was always a reminder of the scale and the craftsmanship that was going into making those movies. I think that I remember having pinch me moments then.
Thank you so much. That was a good question. Next question, please.
Hi, Anna.
Hi.
I wanted to ask, we've talked about uncomfortable costumes earlier. Which ones in general would you deem more comfortable, the rain costumes or the Narnia costumes? And do you have a favorite one?
That's a great question, thank you. I think my Narnian costumes were more comfortable than my rain costumes. I mean, it varied, but the rain, you never knew quite which corset you were going to get. Some of them were tighter than others, and actually the thing that was really uncomfortable on rain was the cold. We shot in Toronto and we shot outside a lot, and I think because the writers were in LA, they had these idyllic ideas of snowball fights and kind of being in these beautiful landscapes, but actually it was -20 and we were all getting frostbite and it was freezing. So that was the most uncomfortable thing, was the cold.
Thank you so much. Next question, please.
Hi, Pavin.
A question about Wayne. So what was the most challenging moment on the set on the shooting of Wayne?
Good question. Well, I think other than the physical challenges of sort of the cold and the costumes, the thing I found hardest about filming Rain was that I was used to working on movies or on TV where it was a limited series, so you knew what your character was going to do before you started the job. And I found it very difficult and unusual, or just new, I guess, to not know what the writers would throw at you, to try and make sense of it as you were going along. That was sort of, that was new for me, and I found that difficult.
Thank you so much. Next question, please.
Hello again, Anna.
Hi.
You had archery training. Do you still know how to do it?
I think some of it is in my muscle memory. I had to do some more for, a little bit more for Rain, but I haven't done it in a while. I'm not sure I would win any contests if you were to give me a bow and arrow.
But then was it fun? Because it looks fun.
Yeah, it's really fun, and I to be honest, it's always a complete privilege whenever you get to learn a new skill for a job. So the horse riding I loved, and and it was cool to get to learn some archery. Yeah, and I have my bow at home.
You have it?
I have it, yeah.
That's really cool. We were talking with previous actresses here on stage, and she said like, well, yeah, I lied a bit on my resume. I said that I can play baseball, and I didn't, so I had to learn it. Did you ever put on your resume something that you kind of knew how to do, but it was not complete?
I'm pretty sure that my resume says I can play the cello. And I can. I did as a kid. I played the cello from about the age of 6 to 16.
All right, mate, that's...
But now I think the only thing I can play on the cello is Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. So that should probably come off the resume.
But no, it's still, you know, you can play. Can anyone can play cello here? See, exactly.
Oh yeah, the back.
There's one. Well done. Thank you so much. Next question, please.
Hi, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So, aside from a role where you're just wearing pajamas, what would be a dream role for you?
That's interesting. I'm really interested in playing flawed people, and I always say that I would like to play the villain or the bad guy, which no one will ever let me do because I keep smiling at people.
Stop smiling.
I know, but I think I like to pursue roles that are like that. I'm watching, for example, Succession at the moment, and I love it, but I love how awful they all are, and I just sort of, it's something about that. I know some people find it too awful to watch, but I find those characters really interesting because I think they exist in the world, and
that's unfortunately how world looks like.
Yeah. So a bad guy in pajamas would be like the dream.
Perfect. We have to find one. Thank you. That was a great question. Thank you so much. Next question, please.
Hi. What's your favorite part on Narnia to filming?
To film?
Yes.
I think someone might have asked that question. I think the battle scenes in Caspian I really like doing, and the raid. So we did a lot of night shoots for that. And then the first bit, I loved the scene in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe where we first see the snowy landscape. Yeah, those are my favorites.
Yeah, I think you said yesterday that the set, you haven't seen the set before.
No, that's right. So they just kind of walked us in and then revealed it, or like when you see us reacting, that's
So
us
it's
seeing it for the first time.
The first genuine reaction is that's what on the film. This is pretty
it's cool.
unusual and really cool as well. That's a good way to go, no? Well, smart director, smart. There's another question, yes?
Hi.
Hi.
Do you have a favorite line you say to Narnia?
Yes, I do. My favorite line is when Peter says, "We're not heroes," and Susan says, "We're from Finchley." That's my favorite.
Thank you so much. Guys, any other questions? Because we have time for one last one, so make it good, juicy, spicy.
Juicy, spicy, okay.
I know, right? Why not? No questions? They're shy.
Done.
So, is there any juicy, spicy question that you were asked and you didn't answer?
That I should not answer here?
No, I'm joking, sorry.
No, actually, well, since there's no question, I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you so much for having me, and it's really a pleasure to be able to come back to cons in person again. And I'm sorry that we're not all hugging all of the time, but I hope that you're as happy as I am to be able to do this in person and not just on a screen anymore. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much, audience, for your questions. Thank you so much for being here. It's always sweet to have you on stage.
Have a lovely day, guys.
Thank you.
And Miss Nadia Hilda. Take a chair, anything? Take a chair. That's it. Where are we sitting?
Oh no, I like this. This is all mine. Hey guys! Hello! Happy Sunday! Hey guys!
Happy Sunday.
Do you think we could fit that on the plane? This is so dope.
Right, but I can sit like a dude and not feel crotchy. Like I'm showing everyone my groin. You win, though. That's the win, right?
There's another one here. If you wanna learn.
Yeah, but then you gotta go like. And to be honest, you're probably not gonna look that way when you've got these two this way. So you'll just ignore me over there.
Amen.
And nobody wants to see a grown man cry on stage.
You know.
Or you could just do that. Just chill here.
Nice and chill.
I'm chill.
So what was it like working on the 100?
Well, yeah, I mean, the weird thing was, like, I thought I was an archer. I wanted to be an archer, but I wound up being a grounder. And I was disappointed at first, but then I thought, you know, grounders are fucking hardcore. Like,
we're way better.
Right? Who's Team Grounder? Nobody? Like one person. Sorry, guys.
You grounder pounder.
There is nothing wrong with pounding some ground.
How is everyone?
Silence.
See, you're learning. This is our third panel now, and now you're cheering back without us asking. But we're gonna do it again, and everyone's gonna be louder. We're gonna start here and do the wave all the way through. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Like always, if you have a question for the gang, Jennifer, is over there with the microphone on our left, your right. We had a contest on Friday. There was, we had a contest on Friday.
You remember we had a contest on Friday, did we? Oh no, you did.
Well, we did.
You did, yeah.
You wussed out.
I didn't wuss out. I was just like, well, do you want me to do it with one arm or two?
But I believe there's a rematch, I think, coming. But instead of push-ups, it's sit-ups.
Yeah, but that's not even fun to watch. Oh, it would be so much fun to watch.
It would be so much fun because we're going to do the whole interview while you do it.
Yeah.
You just don't stop until we finish.
No, that's okay, pass.
Just pass. I'm wearing leather pants. It could get
It's a hard
sweaty.
pass. They might rip.
Well, at least you have your clothes now.
Yes, that's good.
Congratulations. You're not a...
Yes, yeah. Last day, guys. Woo!
Last day. Time to go home. Hello. We've got some questions over at this one. Hi. Good morning.
Hi, I don't have a question. I just really wanted to apologize to Ricky for my question yesterday.
No! Oh, not
what happened? Wait, yeah. We didn't know.
I know you knew it was a joke, but I just wanted to say.
Okay, let us all hear it. I want to know now.
So we were, she came up and it was like this, we're asking questions, and she was like, I have a question for Chelsea. The next time you come, could you bring someone else?
I am so sorry.
And I know she meant like can you keep bringing more people, blah 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 blah. But I was like the only other person on stage, and it was like, could you bring someone else?
And then she was very specific. She was like Tassia.
Like Tassia, and I'm just like sat there going like, and I left. I got my coat. I obviously wasn't wanted, so I cried a little bit on the stage.
You're evil.
Yeah.
I really didn't mean it like that. I'm so sorry.
No.
I cried all night. I've not slept.
Me too.
Oh, I'm joking. No, I'm not.
I called Tassia and I was like, where the fuck are you?
I didn't want you here.
As I said in person, I really hope we didn't embarrass you. So we're all
No.
all love you.
We're trying our hardest to embarrass her.
I love you more. She's lying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to say you all look fucking sexy. I have a question for Nadia. Should you do it in English or in German?
Whatever is better for you.
In Deutsch.
Deutsch?
Ich spreche Sie Deutsch, ja.
Ja, ich spreche. Welche Dreharbeiten waren für dich härter? Für The 100 oder für The Walking Dead?
Walking Dead.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Walking Dead.
What was the question?
What's harder to film, Walking Dead or The 100? I think The Walking Dead is probably one of the toughest shows to be on in the world. I feel very confident to say that. It's just the hours and the humidity and the woods and the snakes and the dead deer that's just bathing in the sun and the smell, and then working with 30 people every day. You love, but you also learn to hate after an entire year of hanging out with them 18 hours a day. It's a very tough show, but I love it. And The 100 is just a bunch of crazy people that are just having the best time of their lives. Okay, that sounds like I hate The Walking Dead and I love The 100, which is not correct. I love them both, but they're very, very different shows.
Ja, kann ich verstehen. Bis dann.
Danke sehr. Hi.
I asked this one Christopher Larkin actually. Do you prefer Octavia or Blood Rainer?
It's about my wife, my girl, Octavia. I think if Lincoln stuck around, this Red Queen business wouldn't have happened, because I think Lincoln was very much a calming influence, and she went on the rampage because someone took her man. And I think that if Lincoln had stuck around, maybe joined up with Luna, there would have been a very powerful force for good, with less killing, because Lincoln got shit done without killing people. He killed when he had to, not because he wanted to. I just feel that he would have been able to kind of guide Octavia's rage and aggression to a more positive. There was actually a storyline where they went on together before I wanted to leave, which I was telling you.
Which I didn't know.
Yesterday. That,
I didn't know. This is getting juicy.
Well, because there was a whole, before it all kind of kicked off, there was a big whole storyline where Octavia and Lincoln were going to move forward together and create this kind of rebellion, and they were going to fight together side by side, because Lincoln was training her up, and we were supposed to see like backstory of like that training and that kind of chemistry that they had, where he was really proud that she could fight, but then also proud that he had to keep pulling her back and stopping her, and it was kind of a nice thing to see her kind of tame her rage. But they would have moved forward and used its power for good. And Luna was actually supposed to be marrying Lincoln in their culture, but of course, because Lincoln refuses all grounded culture, like, he moved away from the people and all that sort of thing, and there would have been a very interesting dynamic between when Lincoln turned up, as they did, because Lincoln was supposed to escape with Octavia and Kane and all those people to see Luna, and then it would have been a whole Luna, Lincoln, and Octavia triangle dynamic. You've got two powerful women kind of giving each other kind of evils like, who is bish? And Lincoln would have just been like, babe, no, but honey. But the thing is, sweetie, I'd caught up, and then it would have just been a massive, beautiful orgy of three wonderful people.
I don't know about that.
No, okay, that bit didn't happen.
I don't know about that.
That bit didn't happen. That's kind of fake. But yeah, so I preferred Octavia as she was, because I think there was just a bit more depth. I think after the Red business came, she was just angry, and I felt the story was lacking more depth in that, or they should have investigated more into all of her and that rage and helping her heal and stuff. Because I feel like we've got a great responsibility on TV and film that we can kind of educate, raise awareness and stuff, and show people that you can get through bad times. And I feel that The 100 failed in a lot of moments to show that there's a way through a dark tunnel and that you can find light at the end of the tunnel. And
Actually, for my character, I was really upset. Like, my whole character was only about peace and, you know, and then within one episode, she wanted to kill everyone. And, oh, yeah. Within one episode, going from, like, the entire time, she's only about peace and love and not wanting to kill anymore. And then within one episode, I read the scripts like, oh, I wanted to kill my brother is my line, I wanted to kill Lexa, I'm killing everyone, and she went batshit crazy. And I'm like,
good consistency.
I love that I built my character I really care about at this point, and now she's just batshit.
Yeah.
That was, because
and without explanation as well.
Yeah, no, nothing.
Yeah.
And that's what you just said was beautiful in terms of, you know, I think a show has a responsibility to, and I think, or I'm convinced that a lot of fans of the show love that about my character, that she was different and that she was standing for peace and love, and that they took that away within one episode was very upsetting. Yeah.
So, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. So my question is, if there were an apocalypse happening and you could choose one character from the 100 to protect you, who would you choose?
There is an apocalypse happening.
The show is an apocalypse and we are in an apocalypse.
No, here it's happening right now.
Well, Lincoln can't use Amazon Prime, so he's useless.
That's not going to exist during an apocalypse.
We're in an apocalypse.
Okay, but we're talking like a legit...
A legit,
the
real,
100,000
like, end of
like
day.
a legit apocalypse, and like it sounds really vain, but I would choose Lincoln because he's a protector, provider, he's very selfless, he cares about others more than himself, so he's kind of handy to have around. You know, like if you're sharing a plate of fries, I think he'd give you the last one. He's that nice. I wouldn't. Definitely eating a plate to myself on the slide. You know, I'm one of those guys that keeps like candy in his pocket, and like while you're not looking, I'm like. I'll go Lincoln.
I think because I'm so strong, so cool, I would choose a doctor. Dr. Sachin.
Dr. Sachin.
Dr. Sachin.
Sachin's gonna love
What's
that.
Sachin's name?
Dr. Sachin. What is
Who's Sachin's character?
Jackson.
Oh yes, Jackson. Dr. Sachin.
Why have we never called him Sachin Jackson? It's so good. Sachin Jackson.
He's probably called himself.
Oh, God. I hope he's seeing this here. To the mirror.
To the mirror. Sachin Jackson.
Sachin So
Yeah.
He's got beautiful eyes too. It's nice to look at his
beautiful
eyes.
everything.
I know.
My answer. Someone ruthless. Like, I'm not effing around here. We're gonna like
Octavia.
Like, yeah. Maybe like Octavia, but Blood Reina, Octavia. It's a really controversial answer. I feel like it kind of. Yeah, Octavia.
But you also want to love. No, not love. You also want to laugh, right?
I want to laugh in an apocalypse?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you know what, you're right.
I forgot about that, yeah. I don't want to
I don't want
love Lincoln.
eat
I'll
human
go with
flesh.
Octavia, yeah, because they can love Octavia.
Yeah, but you're not going to laugh.
I mean, we could have some jokes. I'm funny.
I don't see that being a funny thing.
They're so serious.
So that's another thing that they constantly cut out of the 100, which really pissed me off. The amount of jokes and funny looks and things that we did with Octavia and Lincoln, and they cut out. Every time Lincoln smiled or had humor, it got cut. And I'm just like, you're missing like the connection, them having fun. It's not just, let's kill everyone and da. It was like, show the humanity, show the fun. And every time I showed that, they got cut. So that was annoying.
I loved the stoic nature. I wasn't there to see that.
No, I love the stoic.
Yeah.
When you balance it with humor, it makes them human.
So is that why you picked Dr. Session? 100%. Because it's going to make you laugh? 100%. Who would you pick?
I'd probably pick Octavia.
She can't cook. She doesn't know anything about medicine. I'm just saying.
She's not funny.
She's not funny.
She's a babe.
She's good looking.
She's smoking though.
She's good looking. But that's the thing though, a CW show, like everybody's good looking on a CW show.
I don't know.
That's what they say, huh?
That's
what they say.
That's why they killed me off. Next question.
Spoiler.
Boom.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Last question, make it a good one, no pressure.
Hey, I hope you're doing great today.
Det was good. Yeah.
And I wanted to ask if you can speak some Gronda language for us.
I couldn't speak it when I was on the show.
Same here.
I said this yesterday. So I was the original Ground. I was the OG, and they came to me with the David dude, the Game of Thrones guy who invented the language, and they're like, "We're gonna make you build this, and this is how it's gonna sound, and blah blah blah." And so I did it, and I worked really hard, like thinking about how it was gonna sound, and I kind of wanted to have this kind of European feel to it. So I threw in like a kind of like a French tone, and so when I was doing it, blah 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 blah, mine's like Lincoln's Ground sounded French, Indra's kind of sounded like African, and then like others sounded like Jamaican. And like what was yours like?
I couldn't do it.
You just couldn't. You just.
I mean it. I think that's why they stopped having me speak it, because I got 3 lines, and I was just. I kid you not. I would say one word, and then we'd be like, I just the director was like, I don't think that's right. And I'm like, I think it's right. He's like, I don't think that's what you're supposed to say. And every take, I was just making up stuff. And then I was just crying, and I'm a very professional actor, I know that, like I'm very proud of that. But with Grounder, I couldn't do it.
There are some, like literally, I remember, now that I think about it, there was this one line, and no matter how I said it, I could not sound more Jamaican.
I couldn't memorize it.
No, there's
how did you, like really, how did you memorize it?
Because I do it in like a musical way, it's like a music
But
for me.
you're memorizing words that don't exist, so how can you memorize
Well, that's what I mean. I'm just listening to a musical thing. So there was a moment when Lincoln's with Octavia and she's all like sad, and they're next to the horse, who had an erection during the whole scene.
Oh my god, that fucking horse.
And Marie just kept getting really stuck. No, I'm not the horse. Listen, different show. But like, I'm looking deep into Marie's eyes, and it's a really special moment, and I'm like, ground up in here, no idea. And I sounded like Sebastian from The Little Mermaid. I'm like, I did it like 4 or 5 times, and I'm like, can we go again? I'm getting Little Mermaid, hold on. Ground up in here, no out there. Boy, no out there. There's no other way to say it because it's a made up language, and I'm just like, no out there, no. It's a weird language.
And
It's very intelligent dude, but like, no one's like, you guys know way more than us.
People apparently,
show.
they get educated in it. Like there's classes at school to do it. It's so funny for someone who doesn't speak it, but you have to hear it in a scene. So you know the other actor has practiced it, but all you hear are like your brain tries to put words that you know into what they're saying. There was this very intense scene with Pike, and he was just getting really mad, and all I heard was, "I want a dumpling." Like, every time, and we were all like trying so hard not to laugh because it just sounded like, "I want a dumpling."
I mean, on the Walking Dead, I get to do sign language, which I love so much. But even, I mean, that makes sense though. Like it's, you know, the signs, and it just makes sense. But Grounder, no. I think that's also maybe why they killed me. They were like, that does not work.
Like, I remember you only stay on because a lot of people died along with, especially like Grounders, so I remember this one.
Especially Grounders.
Yeah, so, yeah, thank you very much for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking the time to chat with us this morning.
We're not going anywhere, we're staying here. This is us for the day. Yeah.
May I do just
We're going to hand out sandwiches, so just stay where you are. Yeah, there's some sandwiches in the bag. Everyone's getting a sandwich. You get a sandwich! You get a sandwich! You get a sandwich! You get a sandwich!
Hey, I have a quick question that I would ask my friends in private, but since we're actors and on stage and they do it in public, I just want to know how you've been handling this wild time in the world and how you're doing. How you doing?
How you doing, Nadia?
I got a Romanian street dog puppy, which I love. And it was a lot of work. It's still a lot of work.
Adopt, don't shop.
Huh?
Adopt, don't shop.
Wow. That's intense. But yeah. That's very intense.
Do you miss him so much?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. And I spent an entire year in Germany. But I will say the fact that I had a job I knew I was returning to made all the difference.
Yeah. Oh,
that made. I knew we would, you know, I knew we were going back. I knew, and I don't know what it would have been like without that.
I'll tell you.
Tell me.
You eat a lot. Oh God, you both looked at me so seriously there. Oh, poor girl.
Are you okay?
Okay. I'm happy you got the puppy. Give him a mommy. Yeah. What about you?
Well, like that, I mean, I know that I've got stuff lined up. I've got some movies and stuff, but because of COVID, they just keep getting pushed. And so it's that unknowing where you just don't know when you're going to go back. And so, obviously, it's very hard to motivate yourself, you know, sometimes, because I'm known for a certain physique and stay fit. But you don't want to just stay fit for 2 years for no reason, like, because at first it's like, is it a couple of months? And so at the beginning I was staying fit, and then you're just like, I want a burger, I want pizza, and so it's like, you don't want to let yourself go too much because you don't want to have to work out so hard to get back, but then you don't want to stay so disciplined that you miss out on just relaxing and having fun. Because this is the most time off I've had since my career started, in like 10 years or whatever, longer. Of course it's longer than 10 years, what are you talking about? Nearly 20 years. So it's been tough kind of just maintaining. You feel like you lack a purpose because it's like, well, what do? I only like to stay fit for work, because I hate training, I hate working out, I hate dieting and stuff, so you kind of just sat like that, and there's only so much you can read the script. Like, I know the script inside out. Like, it could now be a play, we could perform it on stage, you know? So, after that, you just start, like, I did stuff on my Instagram, I started learning, you know, it was so I started learning a little bit of sign language and Spanish. I was painting. I bought a keyboard and started learning some classical music. Wow. No. So the thing is, but I was just learning one song, like one crazy song, so that because when you look at me, you're like, jock, Billy's dumb as hell. And then you know, you sit at a really fancy hotel, and then I just start playing Beethoven or something, just like this.
would be brilliant. But also shirtless.
And then I just leave and walk off. And they don't know that that's the only song I know. They just think, he's amazing, wow.
So did you get there? Did you learn?
No, I finished after about the first verse. Yeah, I gave up because I'm also OCD, so like, if I'm not amazing at it straight away, I get pissed off. So like, I like pick up the guitar and I'm like, Kurt Cobain, nope. The piano, like I'm Hans Zimmer, nope. Back to the burgers.
Alright, now I like you again. For a moment we were like, oh yeah, I learned to play the guitar and I learned sound like
No.
But now I like you again.
I tried everything and realized I suck at everything. So I'm just gonna stick to acting and eating.
Isn't it so fun though? I know obviously COVID is terrible, but to be given that opportunity to try everything, to just have a hiatus.
Yeah,
you know, but at the same time, that was very frustrating for me because I always had the excuse, if I only had time, I would start playing the piano.
Yes, you have to hold yourself
and then I finally had the time, and I didn't do it. So that was a very hard truth for me. Like, oh no, even if I had time.
There's lots that we've learned.
You have those ideas about yourself, what you will be doing, and I learned, no, you just
be doing the same thing.
Well, I appreciate your answers. And
what about you, Chelsea? No.
I did, I cooked a lot, I worked out. I picked up dancing again. I grew up as a ballerina, a professional dancer internationally, and I picked up dancing again. And I bought point shoes for the first time as an adult.
Like alone at home?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm sure my neighbor below hated it. I felt so, not tap dancing, boo, tap dancing. Sorry for tap dancers here.
But like, did you set yourself a time every day?
Yes,
every day?
I would take an online class like at 6 p.m. So class.
Oh, amazing.
And then I felt so sexy in my point shoes that I would just like try wearing them around the house, like cooking and shit.
Of course, it's getting sexual again.
Yeah, no, but my toes look really gross now, so I've lost all the money from my feet pics. I'm joking, guys. Anyway, I picked up dancing again. It's great. Yeah,
but then you actually got more out of it than the two of us combined. I mean, I got a dog. My trade is it.
And I know the first verse of a song.
Big applause.
I know I don't know anything else.
It doesn't look very convincing, guys. I don't know. Don't let him fool you.
So basically, you've done the same thing that everybody else has done in the pandemic. Worried about work.
Listen.
Worried about trying to improve yourself.
My tan and gardening is on point.
Nice.
I turned into my dad actually. I started gardening. Like I used to make fun of my dad, like in the garden, like doing all his flowers and stuff. And then I find myself literally go to the garden and I just go like Jumanji, just like imagining stuff, just popping up, just going. Need a tree there. Rip those out, some flowers, maybe red, pink. No, pink's good, pink. Let's dig this up, I don't like this shit. I'm gonna remove this. I'm my dad, I'm an old man now, it sucks!
Do you garden barefoot?
I don't wear pants. No one can see me, I live in the middle of nowhere, it's kind of cool. I got no, like my neighbors are too far away, you can't see anything. And so like, unless you've got a telescope, if you have, you've got a great show. But during the pandemic, I literally lived in shorts. Like, and I'm English, so I like short shorts. So I got like these tiny little shorts. And I used to do all my Zooms and interviews and stuff like that in the shorts, but with just a nice shirt. And like, so I'd just be like, basically naked from the waist down.
Can you imagine if we kept that in real life?
I think that's
like now
that's a good picture for us to just hold, right?
No, you shouldn't be holding anything.
And Ricky Whittle and his
Okay, I will say one last thing though. What I'm really grateful for, I spent the year here in Germany, and I got to spend so much time with my parents, and I'm so grateful for that. Yeah. So I hope that all of you, even though it was a really hard time, got to spend more time with family and friends and people you love, and because that's very valuable.
That's what this has brought us, the reminder that that's so important. Yeah. Well, I'm grateful for your answers and you guys.
I'm grateful for you guys. Thank you for stopping. Enjoy the rest of the show.
I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Stay safe. Stay healthy. Spin your microphone.
you.